know I'm late, but happy hatch day, Tyler.
Hello. Hey. How you doing? Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Oh my god, is that a crown on me head? Hi Brian, hi Bo. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. This lethal company is supposed to be yesterday, but man, yesterday has been stressful. But I'm okay now. I'm feeling all right actually. Not too bad. But yeah, yesterday was kind of unfortunate, really. You know, like for the whole morning, apparently there's some sort of event going on around from Miri to Bintulu. So it's a huge event. So that's why whenever we go, yesterday was a lot of trouble because there's traffic jam every path possible. So that's the first, honestly, you know, being in a, you know, Miri being the small place that it is, and then suddenly having like this huge event. You know, suddenly having this huge event just making every place like traffic jam. It's kind of annoying, honestly. And then we went to Puspakom and we went to JPN to do the car verification authentication authorization authentication stuff. You know, like because the car's name is still my dad's name, so we need to change the car's rightful owner to Mama. So we need to verify the car first at the Puspakom. After the verification, we need to go to JPN, and then we need to like go through a lot of legalities to change the name from dad's to mom's name. So that's why. So it's a bit of a procedure, you know. It's the legalities, you know how troublesome they can be, right? So yeah, which is why yesterday I didn't get to stream. It's a little unfortunate, really. But also there's something I want to talk about though. That crown suits here. Oh my god. I know, right? Look at that. It even has a heart shape. Just like one of my scales. Right? So yesterday I was browsing a lot of Facebook and Twitter, right? And then I came across a person, right? So I'm not gonna name drop who it is. It's just a bit of a my own perspective to those kind of stuff. Oh my god, it's Edge. Hi, Lilac, Snake. Hello, welcome. Also, thank you. It's late, but appreciate it because I celebrated late. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. So I was browsing, right? This particular person was complaining about having lilac. Ah, okay. Thank you. Welcome in, lilac. So yeah, that person, the content that they post is mostly so fursuit stuff, right? That already is a big win, and of course, what they do is fursuit short videos with very suggestive stuff going on with the video, you know, like bodily touching or like looking at oh hey, look, it's Streamlabs. Thank you, Lex. Thank you. Oh my god. Also, thanks for the 22 months. Oh my god, that's almost 2 years. Thank you. Welcome. So that person, very suggestive actually. You know, borderline not safe for work, but they never shown any explicit genitals, right? So that's one thing, but that's the content, and they post it very regularly. And recently I saw them complaining about like, oh, people think that I already made it through the internet, you know, because honestly their post is like very well received, to be honest, you know, ranging from like a few thousand likes and reposts and stuff like that. Oh, it's super bouncy. Yeah, so something like that. So they made a post that people think that I made it through the internet, you know, with all the fame that I have, but it not really. And then they show like a few screenshots of PMs, a few screenshots of PMs saying that very thirsty DMs. And I get it, receiving thirsty DMs is not fun to deal with, but you cannot complain when your content is explicitly trying to rile people up. Their content is actually just like, you know, some like very okay. One example, the very classic, right? So out of frame you see like a very interesting hand motion going up and down out of frame at a certain spot, and then the camera zooms out and then it shows like they're actually doing something else instead of jerking off. So something like that, right? That's their content. And then they are suddenly complaining about, it feels a little bit odd to me personally. I know me talking about this is also very odd, but it's just how I feel about that mindset, you know? They are making content like that. Of course they're gonna get randoms messaging them thirsty DMs, and then they start to complain about it like almost it's not the first time I've seen it too. Like they pretty much complain it quite a bit. So I was like, but you make content like this, surely you know you're gonna attract things like that, right? Of course I'm not gonna I didn't comment anything on it because, you know, like all the comments down there is like, oh I'm sorry you're going through that, oh sorry, those DMs doesn't determine who you are, you know. I mean I get it, but that's false positive. Right? Just own up to it, right? If that's a content you make and you receive some thirsty DMs, Yes, right? Some people need to learn to ignore things, and it's inevitable in a horny bait business. That is literally their content. And then they're starting to complain not once, not twice, but I saw 4 times at least. And I say at least, right? I'm pretty sure there's more. And then they also complain about having no genuine friendship. Everyone wants a piece of you, and it's not just genuine friendship, it's just for clout. I mean, I get that as well. But then again, horny bait business, right? What you post is horny bait constantly. There are definitely a lot of creeps that don't hesitate to reach out to, you know? That's one thing as well. It's either own up to what he made. Sorry, own up to what they make, right? And just it's weird, right? You either ignore them, because if you make that content, expect horny, expect PM, like thirsty PMs and stuff. It's bound to happen. You cannot avoid it. But if you were to complain about it constantly, saying having no genuine friendships, and people think that people think that, you know, I just think it's a little bit disingenuous. I have a gun. What? Hi, Jade. What happened? Oh, it's just a little bit of my own observation with how much I browsed Facebook and Twitter yesterday, because I was at Puspakom and JPN being so fucking boring. Yeah, I saw a bunch of stuff that is just a little bit, you know. If they make content and then they got a lot of engagement, which is what they want, then they got it. But you're gonna expect some, you know, thirsty stuff. It happens. Like a step above thirsty, I mean. So what? Like they could just ignore the PMs. They don't need to be called. They don't need to call out like that, you know, or just be like, yes, I browse Facebook. I used to browse Facebook a lot, and I haven't browsed Facebook for the past few years. And then because yesterday I was so bored, I was in JPN waiting for the car authorization to be done. I was so bored. Jesus. Is Facebook like an Asian thing? I don't know. Facebook is kind of every aspect Southeast Asia. Probably. I have a story about that. I was good friends with a streamer, and they told that to the and not me. Felt targeted and mean. For me or not, I was still under that umbrella, and I did like them. Aww. So the friend that you mentioned also did some like horny bait stuff. Like it's not explicit, but like they make content that is questionable. Question mark? It's a big thing in Malaysia, Philippines, and Singapore. Retro makes money off of selling Roblox shit on Facebook. I mean, hey, if it works, it works, you know. No, the all my friends are here for fame thing. Oh yeah, I mean, that is just. I cannot say much, right? I'm not famous per se, you know. I'm not even well known at all. I'm just here doing my own thing, being a kobold, simping for dragons. So I can't really say much. But if I were to be the receiving end of that, right? If I were to be the receiving end of that, I would feel terrible too. Right? Why are you implying your audience, like, your audience are there to support you, but then suddenly drop the bomb of like, oh, people know me because they want to chase the cloud and I'm famous. I wouldn't feel good too, right? I would feel like they are not targeting anyone. They are being fake, and that's the problem. Being fake could mean they're targeting almost everyone, you know? That's the problem. That is also why I don't like being fake. If I want to name drop someone, I would, but for something like this, I won't, because it's not something that affects me. It's just my own observation, so I'm not gonna name drop anyone. If I'm being accused of stuff, like, or if I want to accuse of anyone, don't be fake. Show the receipts, right? Very important. At least to me personally, right? I don't get the aspect of being fake when they're trying to how do I say this? Trying to, I guess they're just trying to vent. I don't know. You know, I can't say much. Maybe I'm not too well versed in this kind of stuff. But hey, just my own observation. But you know, Terry, you're popular. You're friends with D. Terry. I just got lucky that he's from Singapore. And apparently, I mean, I got lucky too because I met him in firm, and then he considered me as like a friend. I mean, I'll take it. Yeah, I'll definitely take it. It would be different if they said it was hard finding or somehow. They just said all, and I felt awful and betrayed for doing nothing. Yeah. Maybe it's just a wording issue, but like, it's hard to say, right? If they say all, then insecurities, I don't know. You can say my good friend is an artist, he can draw you pregnant. See, popular? Nowhere close. Holy shit, no. Wait. You can say, so you as in me. So I can say my good friend is an artist. He can draw you draw you, is you as in Terix? No. Good morning, Zero. Hello. Welcome. Look at that. Assault and Patrick. Are you guys enjoying this Boombox 5? Whoever you don't like, you just say to your friend, isn't I'm good. And you can enjoy your friend. Oh my god. I'm just gonna fish. Look at that. My tail is joining the fray. You see Terry's, he will. For the fucking, I mean, yeah, he will. He definitely will. Not gonna lie. But yeah, it's just something interesting that I saw yesterday, browsing Facebook and Twitter and stuff. The furry artist version of that thread. I'll draw you as a basic-looking human. Oh no! Let me go. On Terry's with you and him. What? No, you won't. No balls, you won't. Actually, don't. Save money. Save money. Alright. You're right? Okay, good. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, but that's not my intention. Save money important, right? I also need to save money because I need to upgrade my PC for Monsanto Wilds. I need to play the game. I need to play Forever Winter as well. I cannot play it now. I tested it again and it doesn't work. God damn it. Man. Anyway, I need to open up. Little Company. So I have Thunderstorm Mod Manager here. But when I have money, I'll see his TOS and price list, and I have your fucking ratio. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Look, when the time comes, you won't. No balls. You know, for now I can just like throw out these words like because I know I'm safe for now, but I cannot say for sure for the next few years. No, I'm not. Instead of oh, you never know if it's gonna be a reverse psychology. My brain hurts. I'm gonna open up Little Company. This is the mod pack I have. Well, mod pack. It's not even a mod pack. BP Next, of course. Halogen, Reserve Item Core, so we have Reserve Flashlight, Reserve walkie-talkie. And then this is like a mod pack to have a lot of cute quality of life features in game. I mean, it's downloaded a lot, right? Fish a gun. Oh yeah, let me close the intro fighters real quick. And I don't know what this is, but I have too many emotes as well, so there you go. We magnet fishing today. Hell yeah. I mean, I have a crown. Look at that crown. My dragon bestow upon this kobold. A crown. Oh my, a rat. Oh my goodness. I have a crown. Okay, I'm sure you guys are enjoying this. Hell yeah. Give it like 1 hour. I've been yapping for 24 minutes. A lot of yapping, I would say. Yapping. Anyway, so do I just press this, right? Modded. We're gonna play Yark Survivors. I've seen a lot of updates for Yark Survivors, but there's no update here yet. Yeah, there's no updates. But I saw some, like, there's different class of kobolds now you can play as. There's like a magic missile or die. Ooh. Something like that? I don't know. What you mean? Sem 7? Did I press modern? Oh my god, my PC is so laggy for some reason. I'm a little bit terrified. Something is making my PC like drowning or some shit. If this is taking a while, it's late due to Steam starting. Oh hey, look at that, it's opening. They're gonna do a full release on 1. I mean, most likely. I think I have an unused Steam code for Yark. Well, I'm not gonna say much. I have the game already, so... Of course I have Yark Survivors. It's a game made for kobolds, by kobolds. It's perfect. It's better than a AAA game. And dare I even say it's better than Tekken 8. Wow. Wow. High praise, I know, holy shit. It's only 50 cents? Really? Oh yeah, I never showed this. But last night I was playing a little bit of Hot Old Man, so this is the post I have. So I went from Garyu to Shinryu last night. I was on fire too. I don't think I lost. I only lost to Yoshimitsu because, you know, Yoshimitsu being Yoshimitsu, broken ass character. You know, I was winning against pretty much all the opponents that I was going against. So Shinryu, and then after a few more hours, right? So this is 9:33, and then this is 11 p.m. And at Tenryu, when Steel Fist or Tekken King, oh god, I don't think I'm that good. I'll slowly grind towards it. And also you might notice that, oh hey, I bump up the graphics. You are right. I bump up the graphics, the resolution scale from 20 to 50. Right? I was like, oh my god, the game looks so good. Holy shit. Wow. And the game is not even laggy because I'm not streaming. Oh my god. So I think one thing, there is obvious input delay when I'm streaming the game, sadly. Because last night I was whiff punishing like crazy. Like the whiff punish is like a snap. It's like boom, electric. They whiff an attack, boom, electric. They die. They fucking die. It's so good. So yeah, sadly there's a bit of an input delay when I play this game on stream, but well, it's all good. Right? It's all good. Nothing's wrong with that. Tira, you are the Tekken King, literally. I'm not. I'm the Tekken Queen. I mean, no, I'm not. What do you mean? I'm not even that good at the game. Is the game even open? Oh. Wait. Wait a minute. Oh. Oh. Hi, Zandik. Welcome. Double PC stream time? I only have one, though. Also, how do you do the double PC stream stuff? I found the game. Well, Chad, do it while it's hot. Better be quick about it. Inside you come out. What? How do you even know? Well, I mean, you've been called out, but still, I hope you're doing. Version 64 is here. New belt bag item. Others might update their game to play with you on this version. Have fun. So it says I have mods. That's not. Oh wait, it's using my voice mod. Voice meter micro. This is the one. Oh boy. Aye. Full screen sucks. You know how you can use the capture card to stream game from console on PC? Like that with 2 PC? So I need to... Huh? One is used to only run OBS stream stuff, and the other one is only the game. Expensive as shit, but very good. I have a capture card, but that's only for... Switch? Wait. I have a AverMedia Live Mini capture card. So if I have a second PC, somehow I can... Huh? I don't get it. No, my brain hurts. I'm not even gonna think about it. Confirm changes. Kobo Tech. IED 23. Hi, Evie. File incompatible. Uh-oh. So... Oh, delete. Delete. Cobalt Hick. Friends only. I don't know if the Progen is working, because I remember the last time I played this, the Progen was not working at all. Oh man, I missed this. I'm gonna... I don't know if I'm a protogen though. I missed this emote menu.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your contract.
I don't think that's normal.
Make yourself at home.
I think it might be the progen that's not working.
Onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a great asset to the company. Great asset to the company. Great
asset. Oh my god, I missed this so much. But yeah, something. Yeah, probably because the progen is like not updated. Great asset. Sammy, hi. Welcome. Well, what now? I guess I need to sort of make. God damn it. God damn it. Hey, you guys are ready to listen to more Boombox 5 when I figure out which mod to use for cosmetic stuff? or do you guys just want to, like, you know, vanilla... vanilla... God damn it. God. Put on some Tekken stuff? Do they even have Tekken stuff? No, they don't have it. I didn't know no other product. Husky company. Oh, it's a mod pack. Oh, I want to fight. Jake coming with the throwing hands. Well, oh, I guess this one doesn't work anymore, sadly. I made the background. Well, I mean, I was listening to Genmaji Temple. This one. Oh yeah. Alright, Brian, take your time. Lobby improvements. Various improvements for LAN and online lobbies? I mean... what if I get like download count? With cosmetics? Oh, these ones are still here, wow. Mimics, more suits. Yippee mod? Okay, I still want the Yippee actually. Lethal level loader. Oh my god, Thunderstorm mod manager is so laggy though. Manual and dynamic interaction all from a custom content in Lethal company. During PP's pre-order phase. I mean, I don't know how good this is, but it's kind of long ago. Can I play the birthday girl? I mean, yeah. Let me get this. Let me get this real quick. Hell yeah. I mean, considering how much downloads this is, I think this is good. Personal modding tools, I'm not modding. I'm not gonna download too many mods. I'm only gonna download... Okay, I hope you guys don't mind playing as vanilla. Oh, but I want to look at... Photogen? Is there no Photogen? Photogen Cosmetics? And some Photogen Cosmetics using more company. More company? This one looks so good, but it's not updated. Oh, this is so unfortunate. Photogen model. How How good is this? 2,000 downloads. Alright, let me test with the mods first before. Oh my god, okay, before I invite you guys in. But now that I have the more emotes, I can actually check if the model is not there. Can I play too? Yeah, sure. I getting my sound advice from Genmachi? I mean, I kind of see it a little bit. Oh, thank you, Sammy. Thank you. Birthday girl? Wait. Hi, Ixon. Thank you. It's a late celebration, but I'll take it. Thank you. Like 5 minutes ago. Oh, you just bought it. No idea what I'm doing. Yeah, you do fine. I believe it. Oh, Ixon's getting numb. I'll nibble. Oh no, don't disable it. Okay, so this is the mods that we have. My horns. Damn, Heihachi. I love Heihachi. Why is Heihachi so hot? Is it weird to say Heihachi then? Is it weird to say Heihachi hot? Who said anything about horns? I'm norming half of you. Oh my god, Jade, wow. Did I press it? Sus. My neighbor is very angry. I don't know what's going on. Oh, I hear it's a lot of scolding going on. I thought I pressed it. Nothing happened. Help. What's going on? I wanna play Lethal Company. Huh? I mean, it's not open. Brian just bought it. I guess I pressed it again. Oh. Yeah, something's making my PC like extremely laggy. Click the play button in Thunder. It should just go. Yeah. I pressed it twice already though. I'm a little bit scared that it might just launch the game 3 times. Oh. Now it's working. Oh my god, so many animation clips. Oh, it's all from too many emotes. Oh, there's rats. Warning flashing lights, huh? Alright, let me test the mods real quick before I officially invite you guys to play with me. Too many bees? I want to see if the protogen works. Alright, look at the speaker. Hold this. Chair.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your
What's with the distortion?
Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a great asset to the company. Great asset to the company. Great asset to the company.
I forgot that's a thing. Well, no, changed suit. Kirby. Knuckles. Luigi? Malo? Slayer? And Smile? There's just no Portal Gen. What do you mean? There's no Portal Gen. Great asset. Portal Gen. There's no Portal Gen. You could be Doom Guy? Oh, the Slayer! Is Slayer Doom Guy? Look pretty hardcore to me. Portal Gen is a model, not costume. So I need to disable more suits? Or do I need to disable the other one? Okay, let me quit this again. Grokogen. Grokogen. Alright, who's ready to listen to more Genmaji Temple? I know I am. Goodness me. Goodness me. Okay, let's see, more suits, more company. If I disable more suits, this one will be disabled as well, right? You didn't say anything about it. God damn it. You can be used as a library to load your own suits. And then there's also like, oh yeah, this is the one that I need if I want to make my own custom model. I still don't know how to do it. So probably need to disable this. If I disable more suits, I'll disable the Portal Gen as well. The Portal Gen is a lie. It takes VRM, so you can just use your sticks here. I could, and I could use my kobolds as well. We could be my house down one. Probably. And Kobo will break, huh? Why? No, I can make Kobo big. It's sword. Alright, any custom model recommendation? Any Lethal Company model? Shadow the Hedgehog? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's Shadow the Hedgehog! Malo. Totally didn't read Kobo. I don't mind. I don't know, go like wank or something. I thought that's me. If you read my Blue Sky latest post, you know what's up. But if you don't know, then haha. Ooh, what is this? Is that the snake? Player dog model? It's Sonic? A little Pokemon. Breakson? I'm not surprised. A beatable model? I just did though, I'm being tame. Rook, Peter Griffin, of course. Why am I not surprised? So many weird ones. Ooh, what is that? Deltarune Sim? Oh, Sim. Oh, Shum. Limbus models. 3 models as suits from PM Games. Bina Fun Watch. Oh, I don't know what they are. There's one that I want to try out. This one. 23 downloads. I'm number... Oh. Scenic. Darren Yens is good. Lethal creatures. Oh. Project Moon models in Lethal Company. Do I need to install the same mod as you? Yes. Once I make the once the mods are working properly, I'll send you guys a code, and then you probably need Thunderstorm Mod Manager. And then you need to copy the code in the profile. Like, you need to import a new profile with as a code, and then you have the same mod as me, and then we can play together. Something like that. Scroll back to Project Moon PM models. Okay. Get mods. I just called model, right? Was it here? Oh wait, it's made Mason Moon. Why don't I just search it? Project Moon. Project Moon funny sounds. Look, what? Which one? I didn't see it. I have Thunderstorm installed for some other inscrutable reason already. Good to know. I mean, I have Mod Manager for a reason. For Skyrim, hell yeah. How are you guys seeing the Moon Project Moon? Is it this one? No. Do you guys want Peter Griffin? Goku Breakin'? What the fuck? Oh my god, look at the download of this! 2 million Goku Breakin'! We model Goku for the Tenkaichi games! Sorry, I need this. We need Goku! Yes. Shit, what was Limbus. The Limbus models. Are they good? Oh dear, based choice. Bina. Are they like dragons? Are they? I don't think they are dragons. What's PM Games? Who's Bina? Bina. It's just anime person. Bina Farm Watch Otis. Oh, just anime characters, it's not even dragons. Solemn Lamene Isang. Bina is kinda a dragon, kinda. No, I just saw the picture on Google. I wouldn't consider that as a dragon. Or even a kinda dragon. Are you talking about Xiao? I have no idea. Okay, we're gonna get lethal creatures. Lethal crew. Oh, I think we just need a creature. I think if we search for download account. Escape company creatures. Adds mushroom that can infect players with deafening disease. Oh, there it is. Echo crew. This must be it. Ooh, just updated. Nice. Thank you, Sammy. A slug cat? Is that a slug cat? Slug cat? Oh my god, that's actually slug cat. A colored slug cat for me model. That's actually slug cat. Yins. I think for now, let's do Yins. I know slug cat is very hype, but let's do Yins for now. Alright, this should work, I hope. because this lethal creature is updated very like recently, so hey, hope for the best. And if this works, I'll copy the code for y'all. Those who want to join, just ask, and yeah. Where's my Heihachi? Oh, there it is. Alright, close this one. Open up. Maybe I can play Lethal Company now. Hee. About an hour of the Kobo yapping non-stop. Flashlight. I love how it says more company here. Alright, show me the good stuff. Oh, oh my god, it's so small. Look at it, so cute.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your contract. Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a great asset to the company. Great asset to the company. Great asset to the company.
Did I mess up? Oh, okay. Heck yeah. So now we got this. I can... So these are still like basic. Okay. So we can all be creatures together. It's kind of cute. I like it. Oh, there's multiple pages? How do I scroll the page? Mute emote audio? DMCA free mode? Yes, please. Open the escape menu and there should be customization. There's 3 different models. Settings. Oh. I can only have emote page with a controller on. Reserve item. Lead the company. Anything here?
Hello.
What?
And welcome.
Hey, thank you. You smell wheel? Zoom in while emoting. Oh, you're right. Oh my god, why are you so wiggly? Chuck Ben? Oh my god. To customize the yin, press a square in the base escape menu. Oh! Creature Navigator Brawler. Whoa, I'm big? Oh my god. What? Are you a legendary pink ducky? I like creature. Oh, there's different markings? Whoa. Whoa. Oh my goodness. I like marking too. Yeah, like the dots there. Oh yeah, I should invite you guys. Sorry, give me a second. Let me get the code for y'all. So settings. Export profile is a code, right? And then I'm gonna copy this code. I'm gonna put it into chat. I dropped the code. Main colors. Mine's a pretty bright purple. And then the main would be this. How do I get the baby pink? Here, right? Okay, that's kinda cute. Importing now? Yeah, that's a yin. I know, yin's cute. I like the yin. Wahahaha. I love how it's sort of happen. I'm sorry, I'm like what if I be navigator instead? They have mods for Abiotic Factor in Valheim as well, though the Valheim mod has been out of date for a long time. In Valheim, I'm using my own model actually. It's why I played Valheim for a bit. Yep. Hi, Bad Gamer. How the Kobo doing? I'm doing pretty okay. Yep. Is that Outer Wild song? What's Outer Wilds? Brawler is too strong. I like creature because I'm small. Random emote. Be back soon. Brawler is Booba. I mean... Oh my god, wait, you're right. Okay, I'm Brawler. I've been convinced. Kobo don't know Outer Wilds? Oh, is that a... Is that a band? Oh, it's a game played. Oh, it's a game. I thought it's a band because it's music. Right, it's music. Yeah, I never played Outer Wilds. It's a very good game, yes. Outer Wilds will break Kobo. What's the game about? Is it a horror game? You're gonna play at some point, avoid spoilers. So good. Probably. Oh god. Maybe? Oh yeah, I should probably invite you guys, right? Invite friends. I'm gonna invite Oliver Scared of Being Smart. It's a horror game. So it's a puzzle game. Oh no. I cannot find Brian. I mean, I found lakes. let me invite Lex. And no, why don't I just like go here and then wait, what? Brian is gone from my. Oh, I found. God damn it! All right, Brian, I'm gonna invite you first. All right, who else wanna join? Then tell me. I'll decide if you can join or not. I did mention I'm gonna be a dick when I'm playing Lethal Company. Lex has been invited to my belly. No, Jay. I mean, you're not a plushie, so I don't. Still probably not afraid. It's all good. I don't know if we can join halfway. Game is launching. No, Futa. Why? What happened? I do not want to join. You're not dick, you're a kobold. They're basically the same but wildly different. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Oh, I'm a dick. That's why I'm a Futa. I'm not. I mean, huh? Futa basically means a herm, right? I mean, if I were to go through HRT, am I gonna become a herm? Because I don't think I want to go through bottom surgery. Huh. No. There's something melancholy about Outer Wilds OST and Lethal Company. I just like the banjo. You don't want it like that? Especially alone in the orbit. I am kinda alone. And I'm a brawler with Booba. I cannot tell which one. You don't have hands. Well, no, you don't have fingers. You don't have fingers. Boo brawler. Boo brawler. You're gonna get surgery? Competition, let me say about check this code real quick. Okay. God, is that a thing? Is that true? Is that real? I keep launching background. Yeah, I got debated once as well. Like the game actually launched, I just didn't know. Feels like it could be the other word. Yeah, it's the other word. But why? I don't know. Maybe they don't. Maybe Twitch doesn't like Shemale. Go catch it, DMs. Nothing wrong with being a Shemale, honestly. I said those things. I never really changed it though. Could you reset my invite? Yeah. Let me do it real quick. If you need me to invite again, do tell me. I'll do it very easily. We have creature. Invite, please. Oh, Ixon wanna play? Okay. Hi, Lex. Ix. I know your game just... Hey, that's fair. It's okay. I invited Ixon. Or I guess you can use mine. I'll be playing anything on Steam for now. Huh? Wait, can Lex also play the music? It says your game version is 10014, but mine is 64. What? Isn't mine 64? Yikes. Maybe I didn't do the mods right. Probably? Maybe? I'm not too sure. Oh, it says play next instrument.
How's this now?
Hi, I heard you.
No.
I hear licks. Let me lower down the volume a little bit. Am I too loud as well?
You're fine. Oh my god, eat licks. Oh, they sink. Yeah.
Oh, Lex has been kissed.
How dare?
It's okay,
How dare you kiss me up here in space?
I'll smooch too.
I'm being bullied.
No, we would never bully Lex.
Try to fish me out of the river, and now this. I can't believe it.
Oh yeah, you do have to launch the game from the mod manager. You have to start the game modded.
Oh my gosh.
It's okay, I've done dumb stuff like that as well. It's normal. Oh, what is this instrument?
Ooh.
Ooh, I like this. It's going through my face, but I think it's fine.
It doesn't seem to be going through your face on my end.
Oh, it's not? Nice. Now we're gonna wait for Bird. Wait for Bird to join
Go to the
in.
next instrument.
There's like so many instruments that can be played.
Ooh.
I like it.
Interesting. It has like the vibe of a theremin, but the stance of a cello.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
Any more? Oh, okay, that's everything. There's also another band, Jug band. It looks like I'm just ready to fight.
Oh, because you're.
Oh, is
you're
that?
You're playing the jug.
Oh,
The
I'm
jug
playing the
going through your
jug. I'm the jug. And no problem, Brian.
Oh my gosh. You're playing Poker Face?
Oh, it is. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
Ooh. Oh, this is neat. Hardcore? Hell yeah.
Oh my goodness.
This is great.
Does this count as bardcore?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, the instrument
The
are kind
violin,
of
maybe?
maybe half a bardcore? Question mark?
Well, because the bardcore is usually supposed to be with instruments from
The
medieval-ish
Wire.
period.
Oh, I hear.
Oh,
Oh my god, it's Brian. Hi. That's Brian, right? Oh, it is. Hi, Brian.
Hello.
Oh, we're a dancer.
You have no idea how unbelievably excited I am to play this game for the first time with you.
Now we
it's gonna
can.
be great.
We're gonna go loot. We find shiny. Hillbilly
Yes,
core.
definitely hillbilly core.
Okay, that's closer. I like the jug.
It's very good.
Yeah.
It's a little unfortunate that it's going through your face, but otherwise it's very good.
It's alright. I play jug with my face. You wanna join in the band? Does Brian want to join the band?
I'm looking for my keys.
Oh no. Did you lose your keys? You check between the cushions.
Maybe they're below the cushions. What's it called? Wet?
What?
Oh my god, it's actually called wet. I'm scared. Alright, if no one else wants to join, then we can make preparations for the lootin'.
Oh, that's how you change it.
Oh, playing banjo with a face? Ooh. Ultimate technique.
I found my keys.
You found the keys?
E. Nah.
If you want, you guys can also customize your yin. Like how I customized my
Ooh.
yin.
Ooh, what is the customize? How?
You press escape and then at the bottom right there's like a yin icon. You can press on it and you can customize.
Ew.
Yeah.
Ew.
I've been
Captain
taught
Kirby.
by a dragon how to customize.
Ooh, I can change main color.
Yeah. You can't even enter a fucking family. Putang ina mo. Jeez, you don't just say putang ina mo out of nowhere. A premium could be here any second. Steam shun you down hurt. You just no, I didn't. Because okay, wait. How much? Let me check. Oh, I mean that's pretty affordable. It's like can't join your family. I want to see if I can give this game to Ixon. Let me try. This is a gift. I don't know if it's gonna work though, because I never try to give someone that's not around here, question mark?
Oh my goodness.
Continue. Due to regional price differences, the gift you are trying to send cannot be sent to the recipient's region. God damn it! Steam sucks! No! I'm sorry, Ixon, I tried.
Hold on.
You wanna know the funny thing, Kobo? Ixon can give you shit, but I cannot give Ixon. Oh my god. What kind of shit is that? Is it because my currency is like so small? His price is higher than your price? I mean, yeah, Malaysian ringgit is like, in terms of like currency exchange, Malaysian ringgit is like very small. So all the games I buy here is technically a lot cheaper than where you guys bought it.
Hold on. There we go.
Purple gang.
Should fix it.
Are y'all able to change the pattern that's on your suit and your mask? I'm confused by how that is working out.
You can kind of change the pattern. There's 4 different patterns that you can choose from. I think it's called markings. Yeah, markings. What's pattern? Oh, pattern is the other side. Nice.
Oh, I see. Is there like a third person mode, or do I have to emote to look at each of them?
Yeah, you have to emote to look at them. So you could just play.
Oh.
Yeah, you can just play an instrument so that you can constantly look at your own character. It's a lot easier, and you can even join the band. This is the jug band emote.
Oh, yep. Nope, I found it. I found mine.
Doom Slayer. Your blue side is very interesting. Now, what do you mean by that interesting? Huh?
Okay, so there's the 4 instruments there.
We have a Slayer to protect us. Wait, that plays the boombox music? Oh my god, hype. It's so diverse. There's kobolds and kobolds and more kobolds. I know, Jade. Because I'm a kobold, I have to be diverse. Alright, if you guys ready, we can try to go and do some looting. I forgot to do this.
That does have a hair flower. Sick. Just gotta. Here we go.
Oh.
What do you mean you don't know how to check?
The check?
Ooh, that's a nice pose. Oh my gosh.
Oh wow. Sync emote. Oh my god, there's a sync emote?
Awesome. There's no check here for it'd be in your inventory.
Oh, did you do the thing, Lex?
I did a thing.
Oh, you did the thing. We can wait for Ixon then.
Yeah, you do.
Oh yeah, we have this thing emote.
In the for your name, you should have an inventory. And there should be a drop down. You should be able to figure it out from there.
Gives a message colon.
This must be colon 3. Did it not get 3?
Oh, is the tree gone?
Gosh dang it.
Oh.
Supposed to be colon 3.
The mod manager
What the
is...
fuck is this thing?
I don't know, but it looks so cool.
Thunderstorm mod manager.
Here. It's this mod manager. I love the sing emote. Oh, you have the mod manager.
This is pretty
Nice.
awesome.
This is great. I could just stay here and listen to this. I vibe, I vibe. Ooh, yeah. I want to play the weird
Like this
instrument.
one. We're just teasing chat now that you need to play Outer Wilds.
I didn't know Outer Wilds is a thing. Are these all instruments for Outer Wild?
I think so.
Oh, the code? Yeah, yeah. Here you go. I heard many good things about Outer Wilds from the chat about 30 minutes ago. So it's all...
Is this like a cello theremin, like a celloman?
Me.
Said the same thing.
Yeah.
It is very much both of those vibes.
Join the nobles. Enjoy the lootin. There's no shooting, but there's lootin. Oh my god, Jade. You bully.
Why is my backpack full of Mountain Dew?
Is it?
Wait, specifically Mountain Dew Code Red.
Oh my god, wait, you're right.
That's a great question.
And it's only mine.
I kinda want to drink it though, I never had it before.
Just like cherry,
Cherry?
sugar.
It's just a cherry Mountain Dew, says Jade.
Yeah, pretty much.
I only had the
Oh,
normal
that's a good laugh.
normal Mountain Dew. Just
I can't tell what your hands are doing.
I'm pointing at your belly.
Right there. It's right there. Did you see it?
You see it? It's there.
Did you see it?
There's something there though.
It's right there.
Yeah.
I gotta sneak up on it.
Are we in space right now?
Maybe? I think we are, right?
I'm assuming it would be a bad idea to press this button then.
No, you can press it. Oh, it doesn't work. A game open, how to join. Oh, let me invite you real quick.
Dang it. The button! It does nothing.
Press all the button.
I guess I really did make this ship Kobo proof.
Yeah. You don't believe it. Buttons that I cannot press?
Jesus.
No, it's
you
better.
Really
They're buttons.
throw doors open.
Oh yeah.
It's like, what's inside here?
Open.
What? Yeah.
I wanna get inside this.
Friend.
Friend.
Ah!
Friend.
Friend.
Hi.
Friend.
Is audio coming through?
Friend.
Hello.
Friend.
Hello.
Friend.
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 Mwah.
Oh!
Friend.
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 Friend. Friend.
Friend.
Friend.
Friend.
Friends.
Friends. Oh my god, friends. The sync emote. So good.
It's very, very good.
Yeah. Do you wanna
Yeah.
Where are
Do
you
you
going?
do you wanna
Where the heck are you
customize your yin?
Oh, yeah, probably.
What's that behind you, Brian?
What? What's behind you?
No, wait, no. the oxygen, it became something else. Ihola extra.
Oh my god, it's... Oh my god, I've got tanks of Ebola on my back.
Oh wait, isn't
What?
isn't Ebola the bad thing?
I'm the fucking Knuckles costume. That's so bad.
Oh no.
Because of the
Oh,
fucking
no.
Ugandan. Oh my god.
Oh, oh my god. Oh no.
I'm not wearing that. Oh, I kind of like this.
Oh my god, the eyes.
It's Kirby.
Oh my god, it Kirby.
Hi.
Yin.
Oh my gosh.
Yin. Yin. Are you all?
What the fuck?
You're all green.
What?
I'm all green.
You're green, Jam.
Like an army dude.
Oh yeah.
What am I?
It's like
Oh,
mustard
yeah, now you're a
color.
tan one.
How does emote?
What's the dot on top of on top of your tab button? Tilde? Is that it?
Oh, that's minion. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh my god, purple!
What are these? Oh,
Oh my gosh. This sync mode is awesome.
Mountain Dew! This is the one that I drink before.
This is regular.
Yeah, regular.
The other one was Code Red.
There's a few placeholder suits in there, so you can replace them, I believe. That's the weird texture ones. So with the model replacement API, we can change the model entirely.
Oh my gosh, the eyes too.
Oh, it's
I
actually
was not
Lugi.
expecting the eyes.
It's actually
That's
Lugi.
really weird looking.
It's so scary. If I take a 180 turn and look at this, I would actually just faint.
Actually,
Okay, you don't have any weird tanks.
Lugi.
yeah.
Yin. Yin.
Okay.
I can't
wanna
wait to
just
get
start
out
with
there, panic, and die
experimentation?
immediately.
I think, yeah. Oh, do we just start a game? Oh, do I have to start the game?
I think
Probably.
you have to start it,
Oh shit, okay, I'll start it
but
then.
I can pick a moon. So we're going to experimentation.
Sounds good. We're going to
Oh
experimentation.
God! Oh no! Oh, please no! No, that is the
Oh,
worst.
eee. I'm sorry the
I'm
game.
down.
I'm sorry the game.
what? Is my face?
Oh my god, that face
Oh my God!
is actually scary. Oh, open. What do we do? I forgot.
We
I mean,
find things and bring it back to the ship.
loot.
Yes. The best.
Loot.
And
tools are
don't die.
Stealing
That
things
is
and
that
looting.
is very important.
I'll try not to. Where are we going?
Yes.
I forgot to play this game. My last play
finding
was
it
last
everywhere.
year.
I have seen so much of this game and never played it, so I will freak out.
It's okay. I freak out very easily as well.
Is this place dangerous?
Probably. I reset
Be
someone said.
careful. Some of these doors might be fake.
Oh. Brian, you have a scanner. Should be your right mouse button. Use
Oh.
that to scan around.
Hey, there's a key over there.
Oh, neat.
Door.
Got it.
I don't know where I'm going.
Do we have like a flashlight? We can get a flashlight. Oh my god, this place is really dark.
I found a gift. Now I can give it to them. We should have brought a flashlight, right?
I have no idea where anybody has gone. Hello.
Brian.
A present.
Take it. Grayson, I think you can open it.
Oh, it's a rim.
It's a it's a Wii steering wheel.
Oh man, I love rim jobs.
You know what? I do too, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm glad we see eye to eye on this topic.
Oh my god, it's so dark, I cannot see anything. Hi, Lex.
Legs, you go first.
Oh! The fuck is that? Oh, it's just a
I
pipe.
already went first.
It's just a pipe.
There's nothing down here.
Okay. I got scared by a fucking pipe. Find gifts on Hedge Day? Yeah.
Oh, cool. I have like an inventory, so I don't have to just like hold a thing in front of me the whole time.
Yeah. Ixon is doing Lul. What happened to Ixon?
Careful.
Oh, I'm so good.
Good job.
Yeah. I'm gonna find Lul. It's fucking pipes.
Hey.
Hey?
Hey. Zero just went over there.
I don't know where I am. Ooh.
I'm here.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, is this a loot place?
Where did Ixon go?
Yeah,
I don't know. He might be there.
maybe.
Why can I not? Stop piping away. Jeez.
There's no loot. Did I just hear a door?
I see a large axle. Guys?
No loot. I actually don't even know how to get back.
I vaguely remember. Oh, jeez.
Where did legs go?
I'm over here. Oh, that's locked. Okay. I'm just gonna grab this then.
I don't see you.
Oh, that was close.
You sound very close, but I don't see where you are.
I'm through the wall!
Oh! Ooh.
Hello.
Hi.
Are you all okay? Yeah, I'm gonna head back now.
Hmm.
I think it's gonna get late. Let's go. Yeah.
God,
In.
I got really scared. I got really quiet for a long time.
Yeah, this game can be funny and spooky. Guess we can go out? There's no loot.
Legs went out the other entrance.
Yeah, I think fire entrance is, if I remember correctly, this way. Oh, yep.
Lego.
Eat leg.
Stuff back to sheep.
I know loot, but I go back ship anyway.
New creature data.
I just scanned the box.
Okay. How do I switch camera? In.
Did Ixon fall down, probably?
Ixon is very still right now. I believe Ixon is probably perished.
No. Maybe Ixon...
We didn't even get to see how.
Yeah. We didn't even get to see Goku.
Fine. Oh.
What does that mean?
There's Goku in this game.
I think we can probably leave for now. It's already almost 5.
Yeah, I don't see any loot as well. Let's go.
somehow started the ship. I didn't pull the lever, but I did pull the lever.
You did pull the lever.
Oh, oh. That, what is happening?
I don't
Oh
know.
dear.
The laziest employee. How could you,
Laziest
Ixon?
employee.
You are the laziest employee.
The laziest. So you know that in it that had railing to prevent you from falling over. I still fell over.
Oh dear.
I guess we can buy flashlights.
Yes, we can buy flashlights.
Oh, I can only afford.
Probably buy flashlights.
Oh, Sansusu. We can buy 3 flashlights.
It's fine. I don't usually go in with a flashlight anyways, so I'm fine.
3.
You can kind of use the scan to see, but like for stream, usually most streamers get the flashlights because it's enough of a difference.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
flashlights
pro
is good.
flashlights are best if you can.
Experimentation assurance. Wow. Oh, is Adamant's new?
Adamance has been there for a while now.
I can't help but notice the distinct lack of Boy Kisser posters.
I didn't put them on in. Oh, we can try Adamant's. I don't know what it is. It's free. We can go there.
Oh, it is? Okay. Adamance is nice.
Adamant's. How's the studying going on?
This might be a bit of a pull, but
I believe in
if I'm being honest, I prefer XTC over Adamance.
XTC.
I feel like very few people will get that reference, but I don't care. I'm gonna stick to the bit.
I didn't get it.
You know.
maybe Chet knows.
Me.
It's a very.
I'm more of a.
Oh, sorry.
I'm more of a THC kind of guy. What are there up at the lights?
Someone flipped the light switch.
It's a very neat Venn diagram between the band XTC, Adam Ant, and They Might Be Giants.
Giants? B?
No, they might be giants. We don't know for sure.
Okay, then let's try going to Adamant's.
Let's do it.
I'm landing ship. It is suddenly so dark. And a lot of wind noises.
Ixon's a good employee.
Yeah, look at Ixon, so fast.
I'm holding the sprint button, that's how.
Ooh, house. It's locked.
Oh, we need. Oh, if only I didn't die with the key on me.
There's a
We'd be
key?
able to get into that. Yeah, the key I got last time
Oh,
and then died with.
no.
Robot.
Be very careful of the robot.
Be very careful with the robot.
I heard be very careful with the robot.
Oh, is that the? Are they the ones that are deaf or are they the ones that are blind?
I don't know. It says old bird. Door.
Here's some kind of whistling. Does anybody else hear that?
Not really. I'm going in the door.
Songs for the things that we bought.
Item missed. Wait, we bought things. I forgot. We bought flashlights.
Yeah, the thing that we forgot that that would fix the darkness that you could probably go get and be able to see better.
Landmine.
Don't step on that, and if you do step on it, don't step off of it.
I kind of want to step on it though.
No!
But-
No!
But it's explosion. I want explosion. Oh, there's nothing here.
I am used to them saying it washes, though.
You have no idea how tempting it is to just step on the.
You will perish.
It's so good to step on the landmine.
No steppies.
I heard something.
What would it sound like?
I don't know.
Interesting. It's a very apt description.
Didn't you hear like the kikok noises?
Oh,
No,
a lot darker than the other place.
I heard someone else.
that's Brian.
Oh,
Or it's the one that mimics Brian.
I don't think that's mimic, right? Or at least I didn't put the mod in.
Oh, okay, never mind. We don't have to worry about that then.
Yeah.
And I hear the clang. I think someone's found a sign.
I hear you, legs.
I hear Brian.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Hi.
Follow the sound of my
Okay.
voice.
I'm.
Where are you? Polo!
Where is
Marco.
this?
Polo!
Oh, dead end.
Oh,
Marco. Ah!
Goku?
Marco. Goku!
Marco Goku.
Nobody's strong here.
Over here.
I saw something.
See someone.
Hi.
There you are.
There's something red.
Over here. It's
What
fine.
was that?
There's jar of pickles here.
Oh.
Pickle.
Oh. Pickles.
What's that sound?
That is a spike trap.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Oh, well, Brian died. How do I get his body?
I'm gonna try to get that.
Oh.
Oh, no, I want to grab that body. Give him. Grr.
The
Give
body's.
him back.
No, body's gone though.
No, he's in the spike trap.
I don't think we
Look
need.
up.
I don't think we can. Hit the bomb.
If we get a teleporter, we can teleport him back, but I don't think we'll have money for a teleporter.
I gotta find loot.
You know what would be really funny is if I walked into that room. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Polo!
I found key.
Yo, we might be able to get to the house.
We should probably get out then. I have 2 keys.
Yeah. Legs, where are you?
I don't know. We should probably not mess with the trap.
It would be very funny if someone else walked into it, though.
Like how I walk onto the landmine.
No, don't walk in the lake mine.
Explosion is too tempting.
Legs, where are you?
That's a weird cutout. Did someone fall down? Ixen? Oh, did Ixen fall down? Oh, oh no, Ixen. Alright, I guess I can only try to survive. What if I can? It'll be kind of funny if I get Goku, you know? Oh, Jesus, fuck. Have I been here before? Is there only one? Oh, two of them. I don't want to be here. Where did I come from? Didn't I come from somewhere else? Question mark? Oh, I think it's below here. Oh, that sounds like a spooter. Yeah, it's spooter. Oh, god damn it. Legs? I see webs. Is it legs over there? Mess with the trap. Alone mode? I'm so dead. I have a key. I have a key. I even hear a rat. Fuck it. Oh jeez. That's a spooter over there. Ah! Oh wait, it's friend. It's friend. Come on, get on my way. Oh no. Oh, it's a spooter blocking my way? Oh, it's the slime blocking my way? I might have to go back from the other way around. That sounds like a friend. I don't know what time it is now, though. Guess I have to go through the traps. So, traps here. Ka-chung! There we... Uh-oh. Oh my god, there's only one way back. It's being blocked off by the bunker spider! Come on. I can't even see you. Is that it? Maybe over here is like a fire exit? Oh, I wasted it. No, there's only one way back. Oh, both you. Oh, oh, loot bug. Everything is coming out. What do? I cannot survive like this. Wait, I'm just gonna run for it. Oh, is it already midnight? Oh. Shut up. Don't do it. The bunker spider just sitting there. What did I Oh, wow, snare flea. Everything is out. I'm like dead 10 times over. Shut up. That's my line. Yup, 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 yup. Oh no! Uh-oh.
There we go.
I just found a way out.
Okay,
It take like 10
my
years for me to
goodness.
find a way out.
You were so lost.
I was so lost. I'm
I
the
got
most.
smushed.
tried to wait. I tried to wait for you all.
You did a
I
very
did.
good job of waiting. Look at not need photo.
At least I found the door.
Yeah. Too bad the whatever you had found didn't make it. Oh wait, you actually found stuff. You're actually being productive.
Yeah.
I did, but mine's lost.
It's fine.
I'll try and not jump into a hole this time. We'll see. It might just call to me.
It's okay. I
We
like
should
jumping
have
into
quota
holes.
now, but yeah, we can do more. We can do better. We need the money.
You guys want
So how do I
assurance?
the other pages of emotes?
You
Scroll wheel.
yeah, scroll view. I forgot what it's called.
Ooh.
I guess we can try assurance.
Is this DMCA?
No, I put it as DMCA free already, so it should be fine.
Yay! Alright, I feel like this one is.
It's alright.
It's a cover.
Yeah, it's a cover.
I love playing the violin with my eyeball.
Yeah. I love
Everyone
playing
knows you
the.
gotta prop the. Like, everyone knows you gotta prop it against your ears so you can hear the band better.
I'm playing the jug with my face. Oh my god, this is actually good.
It's so hard to not sing along.
I don't know what this song is, but I think I heard of it before.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Poker Face? Oh, that's the name of the song?
Yes.
Oh, it's just called Poker Face. I thought it's like, oh, Poker Face because the song is DMCA or something.
Oh no. It's from Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga. Oh, I heard of Lady Gaga.
I love that I'm doing the mouth harp with my violin.
Emotional damage.
I heard of Lady Gaga of something romance.
Yeah, Bad Romance.
Yeah, Bad Romance. Hi, Aquaboard. Hi, Brave. So good. I've been pet through the crown and the boop through the crown. And don't worry about it.
Unstoppable head pats.
Yeah, it's okay. I love head pets. They're
Can't
great.
stop these headsets.
I love head pets. Alright, let's go to assurance. We're gonna go lootin again. More lootin.
Oh yeah, we should probably choose a mood.
We're going to assurance. I've been pet. Where's this suddenly harmonica?
Why am I on the floor? I'm in the floor.
It's
What have I
fine. Don't
done?
worry about it.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm sure it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah. Wait, I don't think it's here.
I don't remember this map.
I don't remember.
Or I do. I just always get lost.
Leggy?
Oh, I see Leggy.
Oh, I see Leggy.
Leggy is so tall.
Leggy up here.
Leggy.
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 Leggy. Leggy.
Friend Leggy.
Leggy.
Friend.
Leggy. Leggy. Leggy.
Fine.
I found Leggy. Where? Oh,
Hey.
Leggy.
Leggy.
No.
Just realized there's a
I
stick
mean-
in a car.
Oh, I've been hugged. Hi there, Fox.
Hello.
Oh, new thing?
Elevator!
Oh my god.
Elevator. Get in here.
He has 4 of us, it's fine. I cannot press the button.
This is the
Oh, wait,
closest
wait,
that
wait.
I've.
Oh my god, there's elevator music!
This is
Play
the closest
along.
that I'm gonna be to all of you.
Oh. Sad. Oh, the mine tracks.
No, but Brian's situation is like a furry convention.
What the fuck is that?
What the fuck is what?
Whoa,
Whoa.
What? What is what?
Oh, it's a turret, it's a turret.
never mind.
That's
I
the
saw
turret.
legs. Legs
Oh yeah,
scared
watch
me.
out for the turret.
No, that's legs.
I tried to make myself as cute as possible so people wouldn't get scared of a spooler. Also,
I just saw you.
if it's a problem, there is an arachnophobia mode for this game.
Oh yeah, there is.
Does it turn them into cats like Satisfactory does?
Thera, I do suggest that you turn it on, just in case you run into one, at least until you run into one. And turn it off afterwards, but I do suggest turning it on.
I mean, I just saw the bunker spider just now.
Hate it?
Yeah.
Whoa!
I mean, I was in the
Okay.
dark, so I can't really see it.
Okay, try turning on the arachnophobia mode and try to see it again.
Yeah.
Or was that in the last place?
Rubik's Cube.
Okay, I
Yay.
turned it on,
Okay.
Rubik Cube.
but I still see legs, so it's all
I
good.
got a ball.
Oh my god,
Oh,
ball,
ball.
Rubik Cube.
ball,
Rubik.
Rub,
I'd make a horny joke, but Jade would punch me.
ball.
He is mine.
Rubik Cube.
We might be able to run.
Where to go? Where to go? Where to go? Oh, and if you're at the computer, you can turn off turrets momentarily.
Oh, I hear a lot of water noises.
The skate
There is a
actually
cave.
anything up.
Should be a cave system attached to this facility somewhere.
There's caves.
Yeah.
Yes, I've played Minecraft. I'm not scared.
Sure. How about down here?
Oh my god, turret!
Are you okay? Did you perish?
Legs.
Did legs perish?
Legs, you died.
Legs.
Legs.
Oh.
Hey,
Down here.
legs
Come down here.
Yeah.
down where?
Come down the corridor that the turret was there.
But there's a turret there.
I found a key down
Yeah.
here.
Hey, I ran it.
Oh!
yeah. Hi. This way. Or here. But there.
I dodged it,
Good
I
job.
think. Brian?
Yeah, so through this door here should be a cave.
Brian might want to run down.
Yeah.
To the yellow door.
I'm doing on the next turn.
The turret.
Drop something.
Oh no, Brian!
How do I drop something? So I can pick it up.
G.
G.
I got you, Brian.
There we go.
I got your body.
Yeah.
And your Rubik's cube. Is this a cave? Are you guys down here?
Yes.
Yeah, my hands are currently full.
Oh,
I
I see.
think I should head back.
Yeah, my hands is also full.
I got 2 slots.
Look who I got.
I guess they're not full. Oh, hey, don't fall into this hole like I almost just did.
I'm going back.
Oh, it's because you're carrying Brian's body.
Yeah.
God.
Hey, my hands are now full. Hey, where, guys?
What?
Guys?
Hi.
Hi, my hands are full.
I love my big red spider.
Jeff made it.
Nice.
What?
I'm gonna run. Ooh, I got lucky. Oh, Brian's stuck.
Yay, made it too.
Nice.
No.
I brought a key and a Rubik's cube.
Yay.
I got
thought that actually push into the elevator to fit.
Ooh. Hi, Vincent. Happy hash day. Thank you, Vincent. Thank you.
5 p.m. Okay. Or
Oh,
6 p.m. Never mind.
There might be dogs.
Yes.
Yeah, just be careful getting back. Get off the ladder.
Does sprinting make noise?
I'm. Yeah.
Okay. Legs, where we go? Legs?
I'm gonna stay as silent as possible.
I just jumped down and it went fine.
Am I going the right way? I don't know.
I don't know, we lost legs. Oh, worm, watch out.
I was too
What
late.
the fuck was that?
I was too late. I thought it's a dog,
What the
but
fuck
no.
was that?
It's a worm. I
You just blew up.
I just got aided. I thought that was a dog and then I didn't go back in time. Oh, Ixon Gaming.
The worm got Tilra.
Ixon Gaming.
How far away is she? We wanna go get it? Oh.
Hey, we got the ball.
It's too late. It's too late.
Rest in
late.
peace. We could have gotten the things!
No. It was too late. You got out of there by like 6.
Oh, too late in the day.
Brian's the most laziest.
Hey, Brian's the laziest. Yeah, I wasn't the laziest this time. It's Brian.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, Tiller was carrying Brian's body. Dang it.
yeah.
Forgot that.
Yeah.
Sell your scrap metal and other goods. You have 0 days left to meet the profit quota. You can use the terminal to route the autopilot to the company building.
Oh, gaming. I kicked the ball on top.
Ring ring. Hmm?
Okay, now we need
Yes.
to deposit.
Okay, I'll tell
Yeah.
her. Hey, chat says on the phone that you're cute.
That's cheating. Alright, we're going to the company. The company.
Great asset to the company. Great asset to the company.
Company.
Yip yip.
Why does that play boombox music?
I don't know.
All the yips. I should moisturize first. I think this is enough, question mark? Oh, we need 130. This is enough. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we did good.
Yeah. You did good.
We did good.
Alright, we-
work.
we did good. Alright, let's go to the company. We can still find the Cthulhu over there, right?
Okay, don't sell everything. We want to keep some stuff.
Oh,
We want to make the quota, but barely.
so we need to sell 130 worth
I mean,
of...
we want to be able to get some. Do we still have our flashlights?
No, we didn't take
Probably.
it.
We didn't pick them up.
That.
That was the one everyone died.
Lucy? Lucy?
Get this.
This might be enough.
Yeah.
Did we
Should be
open?
good. Get away. Yes.
Your work keeps the company happy.
Nice.
Yay, we're professionals.
We're so good.
So flashlight. Okay.
Ixon, why are you such a tiny little gremlin?
I don't know. I should be the same size as everyone. Am I not?
You're not.
How do I fix it?
It's a customization.
Teen.
Small.
Got us some pro flashlights.
Oh my god, poor flashlight.
What if I do navigate?
Maka poor?
Yeah.
It's just like me.
Oh my god.
Oh, rocket!
I don't got none.
How dust?
They took it. They took the flashlights from us, Brian.
I have the
They
flashlight.
just drop on the ground, and someone took all of them.
No, I took one.
They probably took them all.
I took one. I can see.
Legs.
Yes.
How many flashlights were ordered?
3.
You
I
say
put the other
3?
2 in the cabinet.
Oh, nice.
Ah.
Yeah. I didn't bother getting one for myself because I just used to not using them.
Wow.
Definitely not because I die way too often.
I die way too often.
I die way too often. Last time was the first one I didn't die.
Yeah.
Also, D, this over here, when you have the flashlight, you can charge it.
Oh yeah, I forgot it's a thing.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds good.
What do we need for teleporter?
Do we need teleporter or do we need boombox?
Teleporter is really good for recovering bodies.
Yeah,
It really is.
but boombox though.
We tend to have a few of those.
What? We keep
375.
dying? No.
But music motivates us.
So we could get one. You know what? Let's sell everything. See what we can get a teleporter.
I'm gonna become a big gremlin. I'm gonna get.
Loot gremlin.
I'm gonna get ready to buy a boombox.
I love the floating items.
I don't know. I'm just a yin. I'm just a yin though.
Your work keeps the company happy.
Oh, excellent.
Oh,
How do I get the Outer Wilds band even?
Outer Wild, I think it's the Traveler.
Excellent.
Hold on.
We have teleporter.
We're teleported.
So the way it works is that you select somebody on the screen here. You can switch cameras to switch the person. And there's this big red button right here.
Teleport
How
me.
come Brian doesn't sit in the floor?
Switch. Oh!
It will make you drop whatever's in your hand, by the way.
Oh yeah. See, that's a flashlight.
Legs, I love that you hold the flashlight by just taping it to your neck.
For a list of emote commands. Ooh. It's not Amot, it's emote. Battle Royale, summoning jutsu, twerk, jar of dirt, working out best mates.
I love that there's a single light on the two of you that are playing.
Well, yeah, it's because we're just that important. This is
Okay.
content.
We can go to the next
Nice.
place.
Oh
Where are
my
we gonna go?
goodness!
Legs, legs. Look. Oh my god, I'm
Okay,
presenting!
hold on. Let me go.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, we need to see Doomslayer. Oh my god, it's Doomslayer twerking? Oh my god. We love Doomslayer
Keep the train
twerk.
going.
We need to
Hold on,
You
twerk.
can move me around.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
We need to do like butt touch. Butt touch, butt touch. Mm.
This is now turned into a rave.
If only we have actually.
Everybody else grab their flashlights too.
Make sure that you charge it before you go out. Hey, what did you get now?
I don't know, but I might have got something.
How do I turn the flashlight? It's a button.
I got it, I got it.
I just walked up to them and pressed E to sync emote.
Did you buy the emote for yourself? Because I can't
Oh
steal
dude.
the emote while standing up here.
Oh, do you guys not have
No, I
twerk?
haven't bought.
We can only steal the emote.
We need a twerk train. Oh, this music is perfect. Twerk train. It is kind of syncing to the music though. Some emotes may be DMCA, but if you have DMCA mod on, it should be fine. It should be fine. If it's not fine, then I'll lay on bed and cry, but there's nothing I can do. Hell yeah. I love how Doomslayer is also twerking. This is the best thing ever.
Of course it is.
I also love how tiny the tail is. Do you see that? Tiny tail.
Yeah, you gotta shake that tail.
Yeah. We need to get that physics going on. What a
Gotta be
music to
OSHA
have.
approved.
Absolutely.
Oh hell yeah.
Where we going?
I don't know.
What we're doing is how does the emote only buy for the one person?
Probably?
We're
Oh,
in
yeah.
space now.
Oh, March. We can go March. I am pirata shit currently. Oh, right, of course. Oh my god, we're so good.
This one's really great.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's so good with the flashlight on. Actually rave. Spin rave.
How do you spin?
You
How
hold
is static?
you hold alternate. Offense, foul assurance, and experimentation. Offense sounds kinda scary. Is it offensive?
It's fine.
It's fine. Alright, we got offense. I think the boombox. We need to charge the boombox. charge, charge while using it.
The important things in life.
You ready to go?
Yeah. Let's go. Let's switch on the light. I'm going in. Hi, Tikaka. Thank you. Thank you, Tikaka. I hope you're doing good.
Best kind of raid.
Yeah.
The silly raid.
The twerk.
Of course.
Very important. What kind of
Hazard
race?
level B.
Meow.
Pumpkin. Who? I'm coming. Hope you're doing good, Tikaka. Ooh.
I mean, the one time I stay close to legs is the one time I didn't die.
But
Just one time everyone else did.
if you
Legs
stay
has that like main character energy,
legs too strong.
but like in a good
I'm
way.
gonna follow you because you're the main character.
Believe me, I have died many, many times in this. I am actually quite surprised I haven't died yet today.
Legs pro gaming.
No.
Jade, how dare you
Like,
ask what kind of rave that was?
Another elevator.
Ooh.
Oh, this is spooky.
Kika, hi. I'm reading your chat while we play.
Hi, Tika.
Come in. Come in so we can twerk together.
Gosh dang it. Tried to push the button, but it synced the emote instead. Nope. Spike trap nearby.
Landmines.
Oh god. Okay.
Hey,
Spike
right
trap
there.
to the left.
Oh god. Turrets. Oh, turrets to the right.
Something. No legs.
Do we just want to? I don't like this.
I like this. I'm going in.
Well, I'm gonna get spotted.
Oh!
Stay here, Legs. We'll be back. Why am I scared?
Because
Yeah, she walked us straight into the spikes. Watch out.
Yeah, this is. I think we might need to.
This is a
I think
lot.
we might need to leave.
I'm gonna grab the key. I'm not gonna grab the key. Hold on.
This map is great. It is truly offensive.
I mean, we don't have any loot. We would lose all the
It's so
fun,
but
Fuck this.
Are
She
you
is
a
in the
geek?
elevator with everyone else. If you're going there, bring back the bodies. I'm just gonna see if I can find anything.
We are
Good luck. I'll teleport you back if it looks like you're in danger.
Yes, if I stop moving, I might have died.
Alright, cool.
We are Yin Team Tikaka. I believe in
turn off
Brian.
turn off the thing.
What thing?
I died.
Oh.
Sure.
Hi.
Don't worry about it.
Oh man.
you fell down the elevator shaft.
I was trying to
Oh.
Does he know that I died?
Ixon cannot handle the hole.
Listen, it's hard without my wings.
Oh, so brave. Twerk to them.
I hope he remembers to get the key, Because I at least put the key in the elevator.
Oh, don't worry about that.
We good.
Key's
Royal
not worth
delivery.
very much.
I just woke up. I'm falling asleep when porridge. Oh.
Oh, he just dropped you off the edge.
No,
Oh, no.
I didn't know the trap is there.
You did, after Lakes told you about it.
I didn't hear it.
When
I
you
was-
hear like a screeching kind of thing, it means that there's a spike trap right above you.
Oh, I was kind of working.
Why am I not surprised?
Brian here's the stompies.
Oh yeah, those are just birds.
Oh, the monkey?
Are the birds
the big
new?
birds.
I don't remember there being birds.
I mean, they've been around ever since I started playing.
I believe in Brian.
You
So
got this,
brave.
Brian.
Oddly enough, you can actually like scare or at least assert dominance towards the birds, and you
Wait, why is
cannot
he
die
going-
that way.
Brian, just go to the ship and teleport them.
It's
Teleport us.
Yeah.
You know, if it's me, I will forget about the teleporter as well.
Brian, we don't have much time. Go, go, go!
Go, go, Brian. Save us.
Do you think he heard me die, or is it gonna be a surprise to him?
It's probably gonna be a surprise.
I mean, if he realizes how to use the monitor, you should see that you're just very still and not moving at all.
Oh, Lex is stuck.
Just get back to ship. Gosh, dang it!
Go to the ship.
Oh,
Totally at Brian.
I
no,
don't know if he's reading chat.
it's okay. But Brian's cooking.
He's cooking. He's cooking.
Yeah, Brian's cooking.
Not sure with. Just get to ship.
He's
What are you
cooking. He's
doing?
solar cooking.
Oh,
Might
I
be
Oh my
lost.
gosh.
wait. I think Brian
So-
doesn't know where the ship is because I wouldn't know where the ship is as well.
You get so lost sometimes.
Ship is right there. It's
Oh,
right
is it?
there.
Is it close?
It's
Oh,
right there.
oh, wow, Brian. Oh my god.
You can also use the scanner to find the ship.
You have to
'Cause it
get
will highlight the ship.
you have to get kind of close to it then, right?
It just has to be in view.
Okay,
Lex
Leslie
is
collected. Value
$5
$5.
$5 for Lex. Oh.
That's about right.
He is
Okay.
teleporting.
Hit the button.
Press the button.
the button.
Hit the button.
Hit the button.
The
Button.
button there. Yeah, yeah. Move the
button.
clipboard so you can hit the button.
Use
Press the
the
button.
The clipboard's in the way.
use the ship.
Brian, hit the button.
Use the ship.
Brian, hit the button.
Use the ship.
Brian, there's not much time.
Yeah.
Oh.
Teleport me over.
Yes.
Yes.
You have
Now
to
you
pick
don't
them
get-
up. Pick them up.
Nice.
Go to-
And put them down.
Yes.
Up.
Don't just look
Pick
at
it
my
up.
butt. Just pick me up and put me down.
No, we're gonna inspect the butt.
Pick it up. Pick it up.
There we go.
There you go.
Now bring Kiora along.
Who else?
You're
that-
almost there.
Oh, wasn't there a
Faster.
cooldown for the
There
teleporter?
you go.
Kind of.
For the inverse teleporter, I think.
Oh, I've been saved. I'm also $5.
There.
Yeah. You have to pull the lever to leave.
Yo, Brian's
Oh,
gaming.
da, da, da. I am.
Brian saved all of us.
He's not
Yay!
talking
I think Brian's just focused.
Brian's locked in.
Of
at all.
course,
Leg is both the most profitable and the laziest.
How does that even make sense?
It's called work smarter, not harder.
Yeah.
I feel like I did not sustain the most injuries.
Yeah, well, you will never guess how I died.
Did you
I might have fallen.
did you get shot?
No, I fell down the elevator shaft trying to talk to you.
Oh my god. What the
Oh dear.
Are you fucking serious?
Yes. It wasn't intentional. I forgot there wasn't floor.
What were you trying to say to me?
I was trying to remind you that there's a teleporter. That you didn't
Oh,
even
yeah.
bring a body all the way back.
You were saying don't turn off the
Oh.
thing. You were saying turn off the thing.
Oh yeah, it's saying turn off the turret because you can do so from the computer over here.
Oh yeah, I actually don't know how to turn off the turret and stuff.
My favorite animal?
Bird.
I just noticed that my outfit has a hole for the tail.
A hole?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has a tail hole.
That's a good hole.
It is a good hole.
The sync emote is perfect. Oh, at least the boombox is safe.
Yay! I lost my flashlight.
I didn't
'cause
bring
brought it in
flashlight.
and then fell in a hole.
Yee.
How do I mute?
Have mute.
This game
Yeah,
is such a
it's in
vibe.
your ear.
I don't know if there's a quick mute. You can change it to push to talk.
Actually, I want to become small creature. Yeah. I'm small.
Oh, that's why I'm small.
Yeah. I'm a creature.
Okay, well we gotta have the trifecta, so I'll be brawler then.
Oh,
Oh. Gosh dang it.
Brawler is like the Mama
You
Yin.
can be whatever. I was just being silly.
I just need to be
What?
small.
what do you mean? What did you miss, Sammy? Well, it's just normal conversation amongst furries. It's fine.
Sorry, what are we
Look,
talking
we
about?
all. See, everyone has a tail hole. It's fine.
Tail hole. I like tree.
Yeah. Also, where are we going? We going to March?
Yeah, we're going to March.
Go March.
March.
That Sorry.
Oh, wait a minute.
Also not die immediately. That'd be nice.
Okay, I will try not to jump in any holes this time. Okay.
You need
I
to
won't even
resist
bring
the
a flashlight.
holes.
We are being left behind.
This is fine. We should probably go get some loot.
Loot.
Alright, loot. I like loot. Oh, there's light. Oh, there's bees.
Bees?
Oh, bees.
Oh!
Bees.
It's okay, I'm not allergic.
I'm afraid of bees.
Is that water? Can we drown?
I think water is bad, yeah.
Oh, I'll not test that.
I think I tested it. If I remember correctly.
Oh, I hate...
Oh, Easter egg! And a laser pointer. Oh, the lights died.
Oh, whoops.
Oh, the lights are open again. Oh, the lights died again. I found an engine. I'm gonna go back to the ship real quick.
Okay.
My hands are full. Blind them? Hell yeah. I'm gonna blind them with my laser pointer. I brought loot. Even though I cannot see the loot, but I brought loot. Wait, it makes some squeaky noise? Toss egg. What 9 is that? Is that K9? Why is that red line? Oh, Brian and Ixon are together now. Oh, Lex is in trouble. There's a red dot. I don't know what that red dot is. Is that dogs? I think the music would attract dogs, right? Actually, yeah. For now anyway. Is Lex stuck? Lex looks stuck. Oh, the red dot. I think the red dot might be Bunker Spider. Oh no, it's Goku! It's Goku! It's hiding from Lex when Lex looked that way. Yeah, it's Goku. Oh, Lex is still with Goku. Oh no. Okay, they're both coming back, I think. Oh, Lex Gaming. That's a dead end though. Nice, nice. Oh my god, Lex Gaming. Hello. Follow my voice for the ship. I'm at the ship. I'm at the ship. Hi.
Hello.
I was
I'm
looking
so
at
glad everybody's alive.
I was looking at the monitor.
You
All
did a
the
great job being the ship mom. Thank you.
I don't know what I did. I opened up K9.
Thank you for that.
That
It ended up not being very useful for me because we just went in a circle, but it's still very much appreciated.
Yeah. Oh, over
Yes,
there
it
is
very much is.
like
I
This-
was looking at your stream to verify whether the doors were real or not. So that was helpful.
What?
It's mine now.
The fake fire doors.
Oh. Interesting.
I guess we can go back.
I shouldn't have dropped that.
It's mine now.
Yeah, we got a few things. We should be good.
Alright,
Hit me.
I'm gonna start
No,
the ship.
I hit the loud thing. 'Cause ow! Excuse you.
Why do I have underpants?
Wait, what?
What do you mean?
Underpants?
I've got like a,
Oh, yeah.
I've got like bare ass showing. What the fuck is this?
Is there? I cannot see it.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Oh my goodness. Damn, Brian, holy shit, I didn't know.
We're all just staring.
Ryan! Ryan! TOS!
Oh,
This is a
TOS. Oh. This is a family friendly stream. No, it's not.
How did
What is
nobody notice?
We were twerking for like 5 minutes straight.
Yeah.
Oh, this one doesn't have it.
Cool, get the dot. Get the dot.
Oh, I can twerk and ooh.
Oh, this is indefinite.
I hate this. I hate this. I hate it.
Oh my god, that's like straight up from a horror movie.
Someone grab a stop sign before legs goes.
Do you guys hear the distortion?
Get the laser. Get the laser. Get the laser. Get the laser.
Excuse you.
Get the laser.
I am a sophisticated spoother. I will have you know.
The Kobo will get it. Kobo, get the laser.
Mine. 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 Where is it? Mine. Give me the dot. I need the dot. Where is it?
I'll trade you the dot for the horn. I'll trade you.
No. I need
No dot for you then.
no. I need the dot though. Here. How about this?
Alright, hold on. Do that up over here on the console. And on the console if you do.
Fine. Eh.
I am very awkwardly holding the boombox like this too.
If Captain Underpants can do it, then so can y'all. True. Hi, hamster. It's not TOS, it's not nudity if it's booty tea.
Booty tea.
It's booty
Oh
tea.
my god.
It's so distorted. This is like a dancing lesson.
Yes, yes it is.
You know,
Step 1, put your feet into the floor. Step 2, magically slide.
if I'm facing this way, then we're having a dancing lesson. If I'm facing this way, it's something else. Storytelling.
Storytelling. Right, we're on March.
How's the weather?
Weather's fine for March again.
I want the dot.
Or we can go to Adamance.
Amberlambs?
Adamance.
Wait. Tilra, can you stand on the console next to Ixon? Like as close as you can, just kind of squeeze right as close as you can get.
This is
Try
exclusive.
try to stand close to the edge of the console. Oh. Alright, wait. This works. You and legs.
You know, I don't know what's happening.
Alright, a little closer. There you go.
No, I'm getting bonked by woe.
I love the floppy ears. The floppy ears make it so much better.
Oh hell yeah. the yin ears.
I mean, we should probably try to go to a more place.
Yeah,
So
probably.
then we can feel the quota. My gosh, you just see the eyes.
Oh, you're right.
We're still on March. Okay.
Is March like
Console.
rainy?
March is fine. The Adamance is also there.
We could try Adamant.
Ryan just pushed me right into Legs' face. Hi, Legs.
Woo.
Hello.
Oh my gosh.
I seem to excel at pushing people into each other's faces.
Let's go.
Twerk. Oh, what the fuck just happened?
They picked up the Easter egg.
Oh, the Easter egg will explode? Oh shit, I didn't know.
It has a chance of exploding.
No.
Hey, remember to drop the things because they are worth money. Like, keep them in the ship or...
I don't
Did you
wanna.
drop the other laser pointer?
No, I didn't.
Ah, okay.
It's mine now.
No! No! Like that one's gonna cost us money.
I won't die. Probably.
You're
Okay,
gonna shoot me
fine.
in the heart.
No.
That what that laser is?
I'm just gonna. 55. Oh, it's so good though. But I want it though. I'm gonna keep it to a place where no one knows. Okay. So when I come back, I can grab it. New creature data? Oh, we don't have a key, right?
I can go back and get some now that I'm hurt.
Oh, is there? Do we have a key?
We have 3 keys in the thing.
Yeah, then you could try. I'm gonna try going in and get loot.
I'll see you later.
Yeah. See, I'm working hard for the company, I think.
Withdraw.
That's the leak.
Oh, this. Oh, okay. Who
No,
does?
not that.
It's a dead end. Oh, it's a fire
Get the
exit.
loot.
There's something down there.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm lost.
Have you tried not being lost?
I did, and I keep running into this kobold. They're adorable as all heck.
Kobo attracts dragons.
He really does.
Heck yeah.
It'd be nice if I could stop dying and could keep a flashlight.
Legs.
Hello?
Oh,
Is there a
there's a
bracken?
bracken.
No, that's
Dragon.
a Goku. That's a Goku.
Yeah, that's a Goku.
Okay.
I got 2 items. Kobo?
Yeah,
Where'd you go?
I'm finding loot.
Okay. Have fun.
I don't want to get brackened. I don't want to get Goku. I'm so afraid that I might just hear like the Ultra Instinct music and then I die.
Hey, Brian, are you still out here? You made it in the house?
Yeah, there was nothing in here though. Just something on the wall written says 68 minus art.
Ah, art is a very common variable in higher mathematics.
Oh. 68 dash something.
It's art, A-R-T.
What is it? Okay, but what is this for? What does this mean?
It's
Lore?
calculus.
Could it be lore?
I'll just get uphill.
You're going the wrong way.
I got it.
It's on the right.
There's bees. How do I get up?
Go around the other side over here.
Watch out for the bees by the ship, by the way.
Bees.
They're behind this tree.
Oh, you're right. No, Brian.
Shit.
Boo. Boo.
God.
Wait, does that mean that Brian didn't even see Goku?
I saw
Did
Goku
not
for
see
a bit.
Goku.
Rest in peace,
Think-
Brian missed out.
I think I saw y'all see Goku. I looked at the map and I was like, oh, there's something like really close to all three of y'all. And then I went to go test the key and it worked.
Hey,
I've hidden the horn.
425. It's getting kind of late.
Can I stay in the? Will I die from this?
From what?
From the door squishing. Oh, I missed. Check it.
Missed.
I just got pushed out. How much do we need? 198. Oh, we have enough. Alright, now we can go to the company.
We can be great assets for the company.
Yeah. Loot, loot. We love loot, loot. I sustained the most injury.
Lazy.
I didn't get hit though.
you,
Why am I always the most paranoid?
Ixon, why are you so paranoid?
Maybe it's just because the holes jump out and catch me.
Company.
Like I actually fell this time. There's ground to catch me.
Company. I love how I have no hands.
I think after we sell the stuff, I'm gonna have to drop because it's like 4:30 a.m. for me.
Oh, okay.
To be fair, it is also 2:30 for me, and I have church tomorrow. So
Oh, boy.
I might as well go too.
Yeah, it's alright.
Honestly, I should probably also go.
It's okay, I understand. Time zone, it's alright, I understand.
Alright,
It's
I'm gonna stay
alright.
up for 5 more hours.
Okay.
No, no, sleep important.
I wish there was a hug emote.
Well, it's not a hug, but
Okay. Start at these 4. Okay, let's just start with these 4, see what that gets.
Is it?
check this moves.
Yo!
Hi, Lex.
Hello!
I didn't know that you were Beyblading in here.
Yeah.
Yes! The fierce competition. Oh, welcome back, Brian. I see you're in chat.
Oh, Brian, chat. Great fun. What the fuck is coming? Spin.
Let me get a little closer. There we are.
Can I get on top of you?
If I'm not under the teleport. Fine. You need to start it. I don't have it.
I need to find.
Okay. There we go.
I was spinning for a little bit.
Spin.
Legs is out here making sure that we don't actually die.
What happens if I put the boom box in front of the company?
We value your commitment.
We value your
I think
commitment.
that's enough.
We need 198, right?
My god, that's exactly it.
Oh my god, man.
Yay!
Lex is so good.
We are so good at this game.
I'm too small. Ah. When I do this, I actually cannot see anything.
Yeah.
I'm seeing
Ah!
nothing.
Ah! 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 Run away!
Oh, I still see Brian's here. Do you guys see Brian?
Yeah, Brian is still in here.
Yeah.
Ow! Critical injury! My joyfriend's gonna kill me!
Critical injury? Ow.
Ow.
Ow. Ow.
Ow.
Critical injury? Ow. Ugh. Uh-oh.
No, critical injury!
It's okay, we have the money.
Help me! Help me, tentacle monster thing! Help me!
Ring it, ring it.
Help me! Help me! Save
Call
me!
it.
Save me! Oh,
Hi, Perry.
What?
Happy late level out day.
I'm
Oh,
leaving a trail of blood.
thank you, Perry.
Yes! Yes, you are. We. Also, how do we. I don't know. What do we do next? Now that the kobold has perished.
No, Kobo is still here.
We collect kobold first.
There we go.
Yeah.
Kobold is she transparent for you? She's transparent for me on my screen.
I'm full of blood.
No?
That I think it's just the blood showing through. It might not be a blood texture.
No, I mean... They cannot hear me, but... I don't know if the blood-soaked item,
Do start to ship.
it's gonna be worth more. You know,
Oh,
because...
Brian's leaving. Bye.
See, the blood-soaked item might be worth more. Because, you know, we put work into it.
Hey, welcome back.
I'm
Brian
back.
is back in the ship.
Oh, wow, it Brian.
Brian.
Oh, oh, oh. 278?
Maybe don't hit the verb.
Yeah,
I don't think he's corporeal. That's what I thought. Birds aren't real.
Uh-oh.
Alright, I am gonna go now though. I gotta get some sleeps.
Okay, have the
No,
good
but
sleep. Bye
Have a
bye,
good
Lex.
night.
It was
Sleep
fun.
well, sweetie.
Yeah.
I love you. Mwah.
Thanks
Oh, wait,
for
there's an emote for this. Hold on. Emote.
emote.
There you go.
I also want emote. Thanks, Lex.
Was that fun? Bye-bye.
It's a lot of fun. Bye bye.
Bye.
Have good sleep. So what if Lex is just gonna like stay here? You know, like
They probably are.
yeah.
Which means that whenever I go to leave, I'm probably gonna stay here too.
I'm gonna have like three corporeal yin friend.
I'm gonna
It's
cause
all
as big of a problem as I can.
it's all in my imagination.
Imagination. Okay.
Wait.
Hold on. Hugs.
More hugs.
Hugs.
I like
I
hugs.
gotta go too.
Have the good sleep.
Pat.
Yeah,
Thank you
yeah.
for the vibes. I love it.
Of
I
course.
love you.
I'll probably do more in the future. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. How do I? Bye.
Bye. Oh, it says that disconnect. Okay, good. So what do? I plan for this, I think. You know what my plan is? I was thinking of playing other games, since I think doing it alone is probably not the best idea, I feel. I mean, it's fine to play alone, but to me personally, it might be a little bit difficult, right? I was thinking either playing more Tekken 8 or ooh. Thanks for pet. Also, thanks for playing with me. Thank you, Lex. Thank you, Ixon. Thank you, Brian. All the pets. Through the crown. Very important. See, there's like a guilty pleasure of me playing Counter-Strike too. Even though I'm like so bad at it. Let me think. I'm looking through my Steam library. I mean, oh my look at my sister being so Rajin. I don't know what Rajin is. They are trying their best to get the territory in Bloon. Maybe I should try as well. You guys want me to want to watch me play some pop some balloons? I mean, I would love to pop some balloons, I guess. I can show you all my cheesy strat of winning winning balloon. You know what? Let's play some balloon. I want to do the contested territory as well. I think I still have the ticket to do it. As a bit of a birthday treat, I'm gonna play balloon. We could play Little Company again next time. I think this is a lot of fun, right? I think this is a lot of fun, and yeah, definitely do more of these in the future. Like, it could be like a every Sunday kind of thing, maybe, because I feel like Sunday is more viable when it comes to like multiplayer stuff. So I'll keep that in mind. Definitely, this is a lot of fun. I like it, but for now, let us. Just the one day of the week I need sleep. Oh, really? I mean, true. Sunday sleeping on Sunday does sound good. I mean, Saturday maybe then. Honestly, just weekends. You know, weekends I think works. Saturday, every other day I can stay up late, but today I have church in 7 hours. Oh. I see. Then, yeah, maybe... Yeah, I think Friday, Saturday, Sunday works. But I feel like Saturday could be the most, viable because Saturday is like in between weekends, so even though different time zones can still have like, you know, can still have their weekend time, more weekend time. It's not like today Sunday. Sunday could be Monday for someone, right? And it could be Saturday for someone, which is great, right? Saturday Sunday is great. Right, let's play some bloon. I'm gonna I mean, if it's bloon, I probably can use my 3D model, but I'm kinda lazy to change it. I'm just gonna change the title. The oldest BBEG. Scheduling. Scheduling is very scary. With some bloon poopin'? There's some bloon poopin'? Poppin'. Alright, some bloon poppin'. Has anyone ever streamed this game ever? Oh my god, there's 600 views. Oh! Holy, people... Wow, people stream this game. I mean, it's Twitch. Am I surprised? A little bit. I'm actually kind of surprised, yeah. Alright, let's play some bloon. I haven't heard of it. I played for 336 hours. I may be a little bit addicted to the game. Just maybe. Game is fun. Game is like really fun. And I guess we could listen to the in-game music. Not the best, but it's something. And gimme loot. 69. Oh my god, Bloon Gaming! Look at that clap. We love Bloon Gaming. Alright, I'm still trying to contest territory. So now we have a little bit of beef in this game currently. Also, dinosaur. Dinosaur baby. Oh, look at it. The cutest thing ever. So this is my team. Hell yeah, what is this? Banner of Town from Domination Time. My sister is also angry. Yeah, see, it's always the same team. Right, the green team is like getting our tiles. So what is this? Request? Tim? Tim? A ballooning all over. Alright, how's it going? I destroyed green team like crazy. Okay, why is green here still? Didn't I clean up already? Yeah, they're still getting this one. I already got this one too, and then they still got it. 8 minutes 50 seconds. Easy. I could get this easy. Check this shit out. So we have Broken Heart, El Dorado, and Extra Empowered. Extra Empowered is pretty good. With Sauda, Sauda could like an easy win on this one. 8 minutes 50 seconds. I think I can do this very easily. 10 to stay up to 1:79 AM. A ballooning all over. Yeah, I mean I get that. Look, it's monkey. I understand. Do we need Sauda? I think we go Sauda first. It's okay. So we put Sauda here. I'm being forced to use Sauda. It's the contesting territory. So this is time attack where you can keep calling the next wave of the balloon, so you can do things faster. You can get through the wave sort of faster. But you also have to be careful because, you know, if you call too much, you might not be able to handle it. But here's the cheat. With Spike or Pult, it's easier to go through time attacks. A lot easier, actually. Yeah, Iden is the best hero, hands down. No one else could contest. Already got one. So we're just gonna do another one here. Minimum. Oh! Wow! Sim! Oh my god! Hello, Sim. Hi, Muffin. I'm popping balloons. Welcome. How is the fluffy dragon doing? Uh oh. Okay, I could read this. I can read this. These poor pride troopers. Thanks for the follow, I appreciate. Also, hi Sim, hi Muffin. Welcome. Hi Nexus, oh my god. Hello, hello. Hope you are doing good. Time spinner, ooh. Hopefully you had big fun. Okay. Thanks for the raid. Also welcome in everyone for the raid. Always love the supportive wiggles. Thank you. Welcome in. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. And I do art on some Mondays. Probably not tomorrow though. Tomorrow I actually have something planned. I'll tell you guys afterwards. But yeah, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. I'm just popping balloons because I was playing Lethal Company for a little bit, and then, you know, I don't want to play alone. That's why I'm playing Bloon. But of course, I'll try to like have more time to play Lethal Company on probably Saturdays. So yeah, I'm actually still in the Archipelago, but I'll still be lurking. Okay, okay. Have fun with Archipelago Nexus. Thanks for the lurk too. Appreciate. Yeah, they're fluffy dragons. So I'm just popping balloons, doing time attacks, contesting territories, because why not? I think we can just spam now. If I just get one more, and then we can spam. And here with the bed, get out with the balloons. Thank you, Vincent! Have a good sleep. Yeah, we can spam now, we can spam. So 8 minutes, it's pretty easy, I feel like. Also, we need to deal with camo as well. Pop this one. Let me coin more. Still, lead comes in 26. Sorry, 28, I think. I'm going to have to learn immediately as I need to do some self-care for happy late age day. Oh, it's alright. Take care of yourself, Sim. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Take care, take care. Also, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so post-stream care, very important. Have some hashtag dragon hugs. Oh my god. Thank you. Always love a good fluffy dragon hugs. Thank you, thank you. Right. Let me... I think I should get this one. 28. Yeah, we can call it in first. It's fine, it's fine. Here. Oh, I should have got this one. It's breaking... It's taking away the... Call in more. Chef, I'll get this one first. And since we need to deal with Moabs, we're gonna need fighter plane. Uh, 39 immediately. Okay. This is safe. This is safe. Very safe actually. 3 juggernauts. It's more than enough. So we need fighter planes to just deal with the mobs. One is probably not enough. Might be enough for... Yep. Okay. This should be good. And a stab. And then we can coin the rest. Yeah, this is fine. 8 minutes, I think it's very okay. I just need to deal with mobs now, actually. Until 49. There. And then we need sharper ducts. I'll probably add 1 ring of fire. 50 has another mob. 3 of them, I think. If we can, we need 1 more dart storm. Yeah. I can just call in more of them, it's fine. I'm building along the way. Look at that. Clean. Oh, this is so clean though. This is actually so clean. 1 more dart storm and we're good to go with our mobs. And then we're probably gonna upgrade our monkey to Ultra Juggernaut. 1 of them is more than enough. Trust me, this is fine. Because the primary monkey can deal with the camel lead already. Stab. And then we're gonna call in more. Actually, I can coin a BFB, it's fine. Because these 4 planes is specifically dealing with the ships, so it's fine. And these deals with camel lead. And swarms. There we go. We good. Trust. Oh, might be a bit too much. Shit. 2,000. I need this. Build it back. Alright, we good. Yeah, clean. Actually clean. Yeah, we win. Clean. They don't even stand a chance. 1 minute and 42 seconds more faster than them. Let's go. 7 minutes, easy. Try and beat that. I've rematerialized. Oh, welcome back, Nexus. There wasn't much archipelago left. Ah, I see. I hope you had fun. Hope you're having a great birthday stream. Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's just where I do my own thing and it's really fun. Look at Green Team. Green Team is so... Green Team is like... I don't know how they can go over like... Here... I don't even know how they do it. Like, we already cleaned them out, but they're still like getting it. Score 11k. Wow. $11k. Oh, you use the cheese, I think. Yeah, they use the cheese. Although, let's see. This one. 4,000. It's possible. Plus this one on top. 11k, I think this is free. I think this is actually free. I think this is free. I didn't think, but you found a gift as your first little company loot, and now you're getting shoveled in balloons? Yeah! The gift was like so good too. It's like the game knows it's my birthday. It's like, here, have a gift. Alright, I think this is actually free. So 10k will upgrade to Monkey Parrots with Crow's Nest, so this one can deal with Camel Leap, although this is only until 48. And then this one can deal with Swarms, and I only need this one, but if I want, I can buy this one. See if we have enough money or not. Yeah, what a theme stream! The game knows, and I like this game too. I wonder if there's like a new boss that we need to fight. I mean, sure, there's a lot of bosses that I need to fight in the contesting territory thing, but hey. We're gonna buy Grape Shot and Hot Shot first. Oh, actually no, Grape Shot and then Long Range. So that's safer. Since it's the least cash use, I need to be careful. But I honestly think one Druid to deal with the Swarm and one Buccaneer to deal with Camel Lead and possibly Moabs. It should be fine. I feel like I'm nerding out here. Oh, moisturized? I will, thank you. Thanks, Sammy. Alright, let's continue this one. Oh, thanks for the hit pin. Yeah, get long range. And Crow's Nest is good against Camel, but Camel comes in round 24, I think. 24 Camel, 25 Purple, 26... 26 is nothing, so 24, 25 and 28 is the lead. Maybe I studied this game too much. God damn it. I love tower defense games. It's crazy fun. We're gonna invest in Monkey Pirates as fast as possible. Ideally before round 40. Yeah, ideally before round 40. Cannon 900. Right, Becky? It was your birthday? Yeah, a few days ago. But yesterday I couldn't do a stream, that's why I postponed it to today. But thank you, Becky. Thank you. Also, welcome. I hope you are doing good. Oh my goodness. What's with the theme of shitty heroes tonight? It's contested territory. I'm being forced to use them. I mean, I guess Elise or SZD is good a little bit. I mean, for a price of 510, can deal some good damage, I guess. It's not bad. Not too bad, I think. Yeah, the game doesn't allow me to use Ethereum. Ethereum is too OP. It's either Etienne or Benjamin, actually. Okay, Crystal Derek needs sleep. Night-night cuties and critters. Good night, Sammy. Have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging around. Just Etienne, no Benjamin. Benjamin's good though. Especially on the multiplayer setting. Like 2-player you can bring one Etienne, one Benjamin. One becomes the financier. But single player, I sometimes use Benjamin on some very rare cases, but mostly it's just Etienne. Etienne is just too OP. Oh, you know which one is good too? Who is it again? Shit. Captain Churchill, I think? The tank. That one's also pretty good. Oh, thanks for the headpad. Tenshio. Oh, hi! Happy egg day. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Look at me being a birthday girl and then popping a bunch of balloons. Thank you. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Vibrates Nexus over to why vibrate? Yeah, happy belated birthday. Oh, thank you, Muffin. Thank you. Which day was it? It was actually October 3rd. But because October 3rd I'm not streaming, and October 4th I did stream, but because Heihachi came out, so I didn't do it. And I'm supposed to do birthday stream yesterday, but because yesterday something came out and I cannot stream, so I postponed it until today. Unfortunate really, but hey, better late than never. I mean, I say celebratory stream, but I'm actually just doing doing my own thing here. Not much. Right, we win. I don't even need to buy Druid, just this is enough. Yeah, this is enough, I win. The green team is so aggressive. That's why I'm trying to shut them down. The purple team is like very active, but they did not actively trying to steal other people's property. Only green is like, nope, everything is ours. So yesterday I spent a bit of a time destroying the entirety of green team, and I was so happy about it too. I think I stole their tiles until they have like 3 left. Yeah, don't mess with the Kobo, you're gonna get it. Vibrate Jade into the middle of sandwich snugs. Can I get between the sandwich snugs too? Between a dragon too. Oh, between 2 dragons. Oh my god. I yearn for dragon snugs. Oh yeah, Esli also have this. Sacrificial Totem. Gives camo detection, extra pierce, attack range, attack speed. projectile speed to nearby monkeys, especially with monkeys, drain 10 lives. So for Ezeli herself, this is good enough. I could have put Ezeli here, could buff this one. Yeah, I should just put Ezeli here. It's okay. Sure, Snuck Witches Tira. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Mega happy Kobo noises. Double snug. Alright, check this out. Bye bye! We love Monkey Pirate. And normal ship. Because the next ship appearance is round 50. I should just aim for strong. Yeah, just aim for strong. Look at that, that's perfect. Gonna destroy the whole green team. They're being mean. Yarhan Fidelity. Eating bananas is okay with me. Eating bananas sounds good. Like, it's hard to find a good Belangan banana here, or like pisang Belangan we call them. Belangan is so good actually. It's big, it's smooth. It doesn't have that like sep feeling. This might be free. Yeah, free. Got him! Drain 10 life because why not? Nice. 3,000 to spare. Oh. Ayah, who's still purple? Oh my god, we did why? Still from purple. I mean, I guess. Okay, fine. Well, I don't know if purple is gonna retaliate, but I think it's fine. It's okay. I'm still gonna destroy green anyway. Wait, isn't this ours? Uh-oh. Game being stinky. This is ours, come on. I need something. Gameplay, this one. Almost there, we're gonna get a dragon icon. There we go, now we can steal. 18 minutes. Oh yeah, this one's harder. Round 80, oh shit. Round 80... I might need to sacrifice a few life on the first few rounds, I think. Oh, we have Alchemist Touch? Oh god, we win. Wait, this is free. Wait a minute. Oh. Yeah, okay, we got this, We're gonna need... We're actually just gonna need Ninja for this. So Ninja stays here. We're gonna slowly does it. We have 18 minutes, so it's fine. Happy belated hashtag. Thank you, Sri. Also welcome. Thank you. Hope you're doing good. Oh god. It's fine, it's fine. Don't call, don't call. Yeah, we're definitely losing a few hearts here. No big deal. Call. Oh, you cannot detect it? Bad placement. I think if I put closer, there, and then do this. Oh. Oh, this one adds range. Oh, crap. Wave by wave then. I think losing a few life is fine. Yeah. It's not like I just need to get past this one. Oh, difficult. Oh, snipe? Yeah, too far. It's okay. Just calling the next one. The pet and poop. 7 was so scary, 6 almost peed their pants because 7, 8, 9. 7 was so scary, 6 almost peed their pants because 7, 8, 9. Where was 7, 8, 9? Eh? No, I don't get it. Maybe I'm a little bit dumb. There we go. Now we can handle this one. Each hit will guarantee 4 balloons. It's fine, it's fine. We can call... No. Aw. We're gonna need flash bomb for this. We're just gonna make a few flash bombs and we pretty much win. Although 80 rounds, so after that we can make some more monkey. 7, 8, 9, so oh 7, 8, 9. Wow. Ooh, so slow. Flashbomb might be too expensive. We put this one here. To pop some balloons. Why not? We can actually go overdrive with that one. Yeah, overdrive is good. Oh, we're round 20. Oh shit, be careful. Actually, it's fine. Tech spray is a lot stronger than I thought. Nice, nice, nice. We might be able to get to 2200 for flash bomb. The cow drops helps a lot as well. There we go. Now we can stun balloon. Ooh. I might be falling behind. Maybe this is not free. Once I get one overdrive, I should probably buy another one of flash bomb. Not sticky bomb. I think overdrive can take care of more ups. I'm buying flash bomb to deal with. Yeah, the explosion is too good. Bam, everything done. Gonna make one. I don't think it's enough. I don't think I can make 1,000 here. Fine. We quickly coin a few waves so that we can get extra money. Here we go. Nice. Okay, we good. Flash bomb is too strong. Look at that. The crowd control is so good. Okay, we can send in waves and waves now. If we can add one more flash bomb, we're solid. I'm gonna add one here. Nice. I just need to buy this sticky bomb, and we can buy helicopters or airplane. Monkey ace. I guess enjoying the balloon poppin noises. I sure am. I love the sound. There's something about the sound is just not overly annoying, you know. It's like a good amount of loudness to it. I guess we can save money for the Spectre. 23k might be a little bit difficult though. We'll keep it like this for now. We're gonna buy one more flash bomb and that should be it. And then we can save money for Spectre. It's fine. I know it looks scary, but it's fine. Because I'm scared. Oh, maybe a bit too much. Oh no! Oh, spaghetti! Too much! I got greedy. I got greedy. I think we can start from a tech shooter, maybe? It should be fine. Thanks for the headband. And Kobo got greedy. I got too greedy towards the end. Well, not even the end, that was like 50 something. Oh. No big deal. I feel like the placement might not be the best for the tech shooter. Might have wasted the potential here. It's alright, I guess. Tech shooter, strong early game. Oh, you know what? You know what I did wrong? I shouldn't have gone for Spectre so early. I have Apache here, Apache Dart Ship. This one is also really good. It's 19k. It's not 23k like Spectre. It's so easy to miss yellow. Maybe? Hit it? You... No! It's okay. Thanks for the hit, man. You know what I did wrong? This one I put just now, it shouldn't be overdrive, it should be Ring of Fire. The flashbomb crowd control might be good, but it's not like constant crowd control. Put one more here. Ooh. Kind of spicy. Too spicy. Okay, we're good. Yeah, Hot Shot is already pretty strong. Each tag deals 2 damage. So yeah, look at that. It's actually very nice. It doesn't shoot as fast as Overdrive, obviously, but I think it's good enough. Ring of Fire 3500. We might need to buy one flashbang first. Oh, flash bomb. Did I get greedy again? Oh no, we good. I love Alchemist Touch. It's so good. And pop lead with any attack. It's like it helps so much. Now we save money for Ring of Fire. Or do we buy Ring of Fire? Ooh. Ooh, probably not. It would be great if I can buy Ring of Fire, honestly. Yeah. I just need this and I can stand in the next wave. Nice. Shoot the missiles. Nice too. I forgot. We might need one of these here to strip off the camo property, if it's possible. Oh, this is such a good combo though. This one strips off the camo property. I think I should like change this one to this one. Put another ice here. I forgot how good it is to have Ice Monkey and Ring of Fire at the side. Alright, we're solid for a few rounds actually. We're gonna have him deal with camo as well, just in case. We might be safe to store for 20k, I think. Just gonna be careful. I mean, crowd control with these two together is very strong. We're actually so fine. 9 minutes from 60 to 80 might be possible. I have to be a little bit more risky though. A lot more riskier actually. But it's entirely possible. Oh, too much? Nah, it's never too much for Ice Monkey. Come on. Nice. We might need a sticky bomb here. Yeah, we definitely need a sticky bomb here. Alright, 5k shouldn't be too hard. Not to mention these guys deal more damage to the ships, so it helps. That's why the ships break very easily. Hey. This one is 42k. Might be a little bit too much. I guess we can buy another Dart Storm. It's fine. Just another ring of fire and I think we are good. You aim is strong. Oh wait, 78 is scary. I forgot. Oh god. Come on, we got this. Oh yeah, we fine. Yeah, just go 80. We win. We could always add another ice here. Solid. With about 5 minutes, 30 seconds to spare, I think. I think the game might be a little bit loud. Oh, I think it's just a sound effect that's very loud actually. I think music at 69 is fine. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully that's not too loud. Solid. Wasn't even scared. 5.5 minutes to spare, what did I tell you? Alright, time to bully green team again. Thanks for the hit. Actually, I don't even want the camel trap. Regeneration? Not even that good. I want to destroy green team, but I don't want to do this one. I'm so lazy to do this one. Easy reverse, 83 rounds. Oh shoot. Oh wait, we have boomerang? Oh wait, we have boomerang. Oh wait, this might be free. 45. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do this. I don't really use Alchemist though. With Boomerang, the only problem becomes camo. The only one thing can target camo is this one, and this one. You cannot target camo, can you? Yeah, you cannot. So I need this one to shimmer. Maybe even a Necromancer. Shimmer to destroy the camo property. This one can deal constant bloon damage with this one. Alchemist can strip camo by goldening them. Can you? Lead to go, rubber to go. Converts all bloon partially into gold, getting more cash per pop from affected bloons. Then let me try the new strat then. Proper Go is pricey? Not really. About 2003, right? Sorry, not you. Yeah, 2003. Should be fine. Right, should be fine. I could get Glaive Ricochet, and then we can save money. I'm pretty sure Glaive Ricochet is what we need. We don't need to get the... Oh, oops. God, I hate this map. Oh, do we need... I don't think we need 5th tier or like 5th tier. If we need 5th tier, then it's probably like around 60-70 round. We just need Robert Gold for now. Yeah, the last one is like 34k. Oh, bad angle. It's fine. Now we can save money. We can be so safe until round 24. So if I can save out 2,300 before round 24, should be good. I should probably put them here. I never tried Alchemist before. Like, you can tell from... Yeah, see, I don't use Alchemist as much. If you want to see... Yeah, this one is like I use a lot. Hi, Wildflower. Damn, but rubber though. Strong. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. I think the acid pool can deal with camo, question mark? It doesn't strip the camo property, I feel like. Coffee break time? Nice! Coffee is good. Have good coffee. Hope you're doing well today. I'm doing pretty okay, yeah. I'm doing pretty nice. Enjoying the games that I play. Play a little of Lethal Company and then now playing Bloons? Oh my god. Heck yeah, Bloons. Might not be enough. $23k might be sus. We lose 3 health. We lose 3 health, it's okay. Yeah, ooh. Jade? I need explanation? Street 45 off smaller balloons, buff potions last longer. Street fortified off smaller balloon. Oh, it's only fortified. The SC pool doesn't deal with camo? Only rubber to gold? SC pool? Nah, okay, fine. What do I want? Put over more balloons in a larger area. I might just get larger potions and yeah, that's it. Money. Boomerang's so free. Now having more income and camo? Nice, good. Let's just straight up buy a helicopter, why not? I don't want you to... Okay, you gonna go here? No, you go here, so that you don't mess with this one. I'm just gonna upgrade you from here. So yeah. Reversing or slowing the movement shot is a bigger jets and IFR upgrade. Okay. But you get a pursuit though. Ooh, wait. Sneeze. Sneeze. With Heli, it's always a good thing to go 4-0. I feel like my current firepower is not enough to deal with mob. That's why I'm thinking something tree. But I want to go 2-0-3 for the Moab shaft so that I can guarantee taking down. It does, but because the road is so small, or like it's so short, it's only this and then gets up. Shit, I just don't think it's enough. Fine, we can try. Don't pursue for now. Yeah, just lock over there. We need alchemist money. Actually, why don't you patrol between here and here? Explain. 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 Huh? You had eaten! You know, you say alchemists can deal with camo? God damn it! I cannot believe. I cannot believe. Hey, It's fine. Eden is OP. I don't have Eden now because I'm playing contesting territory. I take it as granted. Okay, you know what? Fair. I did that a few times already. Before actually. So, hey, look, I don't blame you. I only partially blame you. That's not like fully blame you, right? So it's fine. Actually, no. Oh! God damn it. We all love Eden. Eden is too OP. We love Eden. It just makes the entire hero roster so redundant. I guess we do need Shimmer. I'll put you here. I was wondering why wasn't it working, because usually I just put Eden somewhere in the farm corner so it doesn't do anything that doesn't take up space. Eden has decent enough early game though. Consider Ninja Monkey. Ninja Monkey is redundant when it comes to Eden. I don't put Ninja Monkey unless I want to have Paragon. Or unless I want Sticky Bomb on the bosses. Ninja Monkey 1-8, round 8, 1 to 8, round 8 Eden, round 12 camel detection. Is it so fast? Isn't camel detection level 8 on Eden? Level 8 is not easy to get. Like level 8 takes a while to get to. Usually I get camel detection on 8. It's 8. It's 8. I get camel detection on around round 32 or something. That's why I get camel detection. But at least now we have Shimmer, so we can buy this one. Nice too, nice too. It's fine. Camel detection, so we are good now. Yeah, monkey loud. Why, you don't like monkey loud, huh? Are you not dedicated to listen to the main menu theme always when you open up monkey? You fake fan. fake fan for not listening to the main menu theme. Oh my god. We can now we can safely go 402. Yeah, we can safely go 402. I like monkey now, but not when it tries to bust my eardrums. Okay, fair. Very fair, actually. And that raw heli pilot is actually not bad. Shit, I'm feeling Moab Shaft though, actually. I'm so close to Kaiju pet skin. You know, I have the dragon skin for Idan, and I have the Kaiju pet skin. Look, I'm no-lifing this game too much, okay? Yeah, you know what? Sometimes I worry for my own, like, addiction to this game. More up shaft. Trust. Yeah, this one is 7k. A 7k might not be enough. Let's buy Necromancy. Okay. If I remember correctly, the ship comes in from this lane. Alright, moment of truth, Moab Shaft, do your thing. It's so free. It's so free. we love that, alright? But one bad thing about Moab Shaft is just the firepower is not that strong. Unless you get to 5th tier, then the firepower is considered okay. So yeah, that's a sad thing of it. But command chair defense does give it one missile launcher. And because this map is very short, it's almost guaranteed to have one little backup always. Or not, it's just gone now. 29k, 4k, 32k. We might need one more. We need. I mean, I have 23 tiers left. Actually, I want you to deal with Camo, because relying on only Shimmer is kind of scary. Even though we have this broken ass boomerang here. No, hi. For real, I used to use Ninja a lot in Bloon Tower Defense 5 before Flash dies. Oh, I never really played Bloon Tower Defense 5. I only played... When I was a kid, I played 1. And then never heard of the game before anymore until a few years back, I saw Bloon Tower Defense 6 and oh! Bought it immediately. So hi, hope you're doing good. Yeah, when monkeys see balloons, neuron activation. Pretty much. And get sharp, idiot. We love that. Yeah, 16k, easy. We buy 16k and then we're pretty much safe. So we can buy the 5th tier of all the other ones. Explosion's so good. My internet decided to eat wild shit suddenly. Hey, that sounds like Malaysian internet. Sometimes, for no particular reason at all, decided to die. It's weird. Oh, what? You cannot move? Oh, what's wrong? Oh shit. Alright, we good? Even BFB is nothing. $30k, 22k, 34k. I might want to just buy this one. Or actually buy this one. So that the balloon even going through here is like strong enough, I think. Or maybe not. I don't know. It's hard to decide. It's kinda hard to decide though. Oh yikes, there's a lot of ships. Oh, might be a little bit spicy. Yeah, I'm gonna save up for this. Look at how strong this is. It's just sad that it cannot deal with ammo. That's why we're Shimmer here. It might not be the most solid of choices, but hey, I'll take it. Just something so addicting about this game. Like when I start playing this game, I just don't want to stop. It's so fun. It is truly the neuron activation of this game. Is like, oh, popping balloons. I love it. Popping balloons. Ooh. think that's the win. Yeah, look at that. BFB shredded in seconds. Why are they homing missiles flying everywhere? Yeah, when they see Camo, they sleep. Camo, I sleep. And Balloon, I... real shit. Yeah, I don't think I can buy anything else, like, from all these. It's already good enough. I can go through round 83. Like, with 16 tiers to spare. We love that. I just want to destroy green team. They're so rude. It's kind of like Cookie Clicker, but more strategic. A little bit, yeah. A lot of clicking going on, that's for sure. Alright, please Shimmer work. Please work, Shimmer. I'm a little bit scared on the third wave. The third ceramic camel wave. Oh wait, it's not camel yet. Oh wait, was that camel? Is this reverse? It's not reverse. Wait, what? Oh wait, it is reverse. Oh, okay, we good. So that was the first... Oh, the first wave was the camo. Solid. Don't worry about it. Just shimmer. Hi, Swift. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. The tech OMG. Mamba. I get shredded. I don't even need to buy anything anymore. I can save that one tier. They just don't stand a chance. Unless they're gonna pull wild shit here. Nice! Get destroyed. You get incrementally stronger until you conquer everything. Something like that, yeah. Alright, green. Get your ass over here, I'm gonna destroy you. Ooh. Oh, ceramic? Shit. Oh, lease cash? Oh, say no more, king. Alright. Ready for some cheese? I know I am. $1K. I can go through round 39, I think. Oh, maybe not. I do need to strip off camo. Let me put one here. And then we're gonna need another engineer. To grow from nothing to overpower is a very satisfying concept. Yes! It's always so fun to see, you know, the monkeys doing what they do best. So we're gonna do cleansing cum to cleanse off everything. It cleans off camo and lead actually. Let me check something. Also increase foam and sentry effectiveness. Increased efficiency allows the engineer to produce sentries, foam, and bloon traps more often. Oh! I might just get this one. Let's see, 400, 450, 220. Yeah. Oh, but this one is cheaper though. I might just get to 031. That should be enough. No one got the cursed or like the demon bolt yet. It's too rare. The demon Kobo is too rare. I even made a special sound for it. Teehee, hi Kobo, wow. Hello, hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. It's another Kobold friend. Only a matter of time? True. Put it here actually. Yeah. And then I'm gonna buy... yeah, just buy oversized nails and we good. Why? Hi Narix. BTD 6 stream? I know, right? It's my birthday and I get to pop bloons. Hi Narix. FPS drop? I got drop. Oh shit. Oh, it did drop. 64 frames. Reek. Is it dropping constantly? Not on my end though. Time for the cheers. BD6 forces uncapped FPS. So it's very oof. Oh, it has been happening? Oh shit, I'm sorry. I could force it to have capped FPS. I can change it in the settings afterwards, I think. The Nifdia. So you guys have been looking at nauseating bloon tower, the bloon tower thing. I hope it's not as nauseating. Yeah, the Nifdia control panel. You could force it to change the VSync. I'm doing contesting territory. I'm destroying green team because they're rude. We might need another cleansing foam. Oh, even cleanses purple? Remove camo and regrow and pop sleep blue. Oh. Oh wait, it didn't cleanse purple. It popped purple. Of course. Hell yeah, we love the cheese. Cheese. So I'm putting this cleansing foam here because this one can focus on doing that just now, and this one can handle it. This one can also already kill camel, so it's fine. But once here, it can sort of like filter. We might need a sticky bomb. I should get a sticky bomb. Right now. I can easily go to round 39 now. I find most valuable money is the Gunner Monkey for the Moa. Moa? 004 Ninja cheaper than 230 Dartling? Probably not. I just don't want to use Dartling because I'm so lazy to control. No, I want 204. Offers hard for everyone but boops everyone knows just cause I can. Aim it down the entry path. I mean, yeah lah, I can put here lah. But on this situation, if I don't have enough firepower, I probably need to aim it. Oh shit, am I not gonna get enough 5,000? Look at the cleansing come, it's so good. Just enough. We need another 4,000 and we should be solid until round 51. Another 5,000 actually. Just buy this one and we win. And we even have 10k to spare. Sticky bomba! Bye bye. Fish pun Kobo. Nice too. Fish using woe times the delicious bait. Woe is the delicious bait. We love Druid cheese. Druid cheese. Druid cheese. And oyster. I taste like slime probably. Dang, slime? Oh my goodness. Blue glowing slime. Of course the internet would die when you unplug the router. Great job, Grandma! Oh no! My poor snake has such poor vision, he tried to gnaw my sleeve instead of his meal. Neither me nor the snake was in any danger. Oh, that's good to know. That does sound kinda cute though. Cute snake. Alright, check this shit out. Ugh. all that for the drop of blood. Sticky bomba. With 10k to spare, so free. I'm actually just bullying green team because why not? I have 2 snakes, corn snakes. Oh my god, it's 2 2 corn snakes. So cute. We have 6 team tickets. Are they? They're sleeping. I like snakes too, they're great. Alright, time to bully green team even more. Time attack this one. 1 sniper. Ooh, we're gonna play with this one? I guess. I wouldn't have any camo detection. Oh wait! I have this one! Oh my god, this is so good. Oh no! 1 sniper. Let's see, I think around... I think this one covers the least. Around here, okay. Aim stonk. Kenny Konchnik. There are Lori, who is Enery striped, grey stripes, and Karma, who is normal striped, red and orange stripes. Oh. My parrot was named Lori. It's a very good name. It's a very cute name, yeah. Me like it. Oh wait, this is race though. Ooh. We built sniper afterwards. For now we built this one. We put it here as support. Very peak sounding snakes, I know. Might be a little bit too spicy actually. Uh-oh. I mean, it's all red. Unless I coin the next wave. Okay. aim first, okay. Blue incoming. They should be fine, they should be fine. After this, I think we get hot shots and then we can build sniper. So because I have Alchemist Touch, any attack can pop lead. So I can just go like 0-5 on sniper and it's solid win. Munching like Chan. Gonna make sure they eat properly. What about the ice monkey you talk about? Oh, the cheese? The cheese works with... I could put one here, and then this one upgrades to hot shot, and it's pretty much very strong as well. Aim first. Actually, you don't need to aim first. A few leak balloons, I think it's fine. No big deal. No big deal. Actually, it's kind of a big deal. Shoot them. Oh, sniper is not the best when it comes to something like this. Too many. Sniper is not the best when it comes to time attack, sadly. Wait for a bit. Okay. I wonder if I can get to 29k and... Oh, did I just bought the wrong thing? Fuck. God damn it. There, okay. This can help with going through some swarms. Because of the shrapnel, hit something behind, and we good. So 2900, 3k essentially. Maybe I can do it. Oh no. Again, I feel like I'm too slow though. Go shrapnel! Get him! Oh, we love shrapnel. Oh, I should have waited. Why are you shooting it exactly? Come on. Almost there. Alright, we could. Ice Monkey might not be the best with this sniper. Because sniper, if I don't go for 204, I cannot hit... Oh, sorry, 200. Oh, sorry, 100. The first lane, essentially. Sniper will not be able to pop ice balloons. Nice. Man, Shrapnel is pretty good. Look at the control. I think the next one is 4100. Yeah, 4100. Oh, wait a bit. have an idea. I'm gonna put one engineer here. And this one, another engineer down here and here. This one, okay. It's probably gonna work. I never really used this tactic before, but it's something. Nice, simple. I mean, if I want, I could even play with sentry guns. Oversized nails, pins. Just for fun, why not? After these, I should buy Elite Defender. Or maybe just buy one more submarine, why not? One more submarine of 230. I think so. Balloon poppin? Yeah. I mean, not exactly balloon poppin. I'm poppin green team. They're so rude. Time race? God, I love time race. No, not purple. Purple did not try to steal our tiles. Only green. And green's rude. Hi, Juno Scout. Oh yeah, no one else can aim at the... Time race is Super Monkey? Ew. I hate Super Monkey. Too fat. Super Monkey too fat. Go, my engineer. It's a budget budget build. Oh, it's all camo. I never really used Super Monkey. Yeah, I only tried the 50k. I think it's the least amount of monkey that I used. The sniper might be the most. Yeah, sniper is the most monkey that I used. It's too good. Look at this. We need to help these guys. So I cannot believe it. I don't want to use them. I see you've become the royalty today. Yeah! I've been gifted a crown. I started using True Sun God recently. It's super good for boss events. Very basic to get started though. Yeah! For boss events, I usually just use the budget stuff. I don't remember. It's always sniper though. The sniper is always there when I play boss events. It's so fun though. Do we have a boss event today? Shit, I might want to play it. Wait, 10 minutes left? Oh shit. Yeah, sniper is too good. Happy late hashtag time for you. Yee! Thank you, Juno. It's your day. Vortex started today, end of the road. Oh god. No! Why end of the road? Pain. Pain. We might be able to just like... I mean, Ring of Fire. We might be able to just cheese our way to victory here. And then one more here. Oh, this is so cheesy. I love it. It's so affordable too. With the price of 2200, you can cheese your way to victory. Did you just pop frozen bloom? Oh, the modifier is the bloon's favorite too? Oh no. I hate it. Who wants to play with Sentry? 8 minutes? I think it's possible. Just the four ice monkeys here, I don't think they can get past that one. The ice shards is too much. Oh hell yeah, look at that. Shredded. There we go. Get shredded. A Ring of Fire plus 420 Ice Monkey just... It's like the cheapest way to deal with swarms. That I know of anyway. Sniper Monkey doing work. Free. Get wrecked, green. 1. 1. Thanks for the 1 money. Alright, what is this? Camouflage? What do you do? All texture. Oh! Whoa! Oh, I want this one. Yeah, I'm here to bully them. Take all the green ones. They started the war. I didn't want to do it. Flops on Texas. There's so many time attacks for this one. I'm not even scared. Wait, I'm actually kind of scared now, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been... Uh-oh. Oh no, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Oh wait, no, they come back. No, I'm not even scared. I guess I can deal with camo lead. So free. They can deal with mobs. You should aim camo. Maybe you should add one more. You know what? Bring it in. Yeah, show them. You know what? I'm not even scared. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Done. That was actually quick. Hey, we take those. All you need is 2 monkey. Hmm? Oh, Nina, hi. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Oh no! Why am I in darkest dungeon? Late happy birthday. Thank you, Nina. Doing raids in Forever Winter right now, but I'll lurk. It's alright. Good luck with the raid and the loot. And thanks for the lurk. Well, 3 minutes beat that. Alright. Another time attack? Another time attack? Oh no, Eden. How many rounds? 65? Round 10 start. Let's go, Eden. We love Eden. Alright, I mean, we have more cheese, no? If you want more cheese, I guess it's possible. Just... make sure they're on top. We want a straight line. And then the bounce. 6 on top. This guy needs to be at level 8. Toon! Hi, Toonbo. Combo friend. Oh my god. Welcome. Whoa. This is fine. Look at that, so fast. We might lose a few lives, but I think it's fine. Snipe it. Oh! The snipe. Oh, another snipe. Oh, we're not sniping anymore. I might need you to get to level 8 as soon as possible, though. Actually, put one here. One here. Go! My monkey! Cheese them out! It's so good. Alright, we're almost level 8. I'm gonna buy level 8 immediately. Oh god, that's so expensive. I mean, we have one here. Okay. Oh, problem. We need to... Oh, wait. I don't have enough firepower to deal with the mob. Please tell me it's enough money. I just need the fighter plane. I have a thing to show you. It's a funny video. I think you will like my if I send to you. Oh yeah, sure. I love funny videos. You can always send it my way. Alright, we good. Boom. Might be too much. Alright, one this. Sharpshooter, deal with the ship. On the bounce. I think this should be good enough. Ultra Juggernaut. Now we win. That's why I love time attack. You just spam Juggernaut or Boomerang Monkey if you have. Got him. Thanks for the banner. What the plan do? Which plan? I sent it to you over at Discord. It's safe for work, but does say the dick word that right? Oh, sorry. I don't know why I assume it's a dick. I'm okay with swearing. Oh, are they trying to get us from here? I have 3 tickets. I need to get rid of them. These cash. How many rounds? 50? Oh, sniper is gonna be so useless here. The option to place on a plane in the last mission? This one. Oh, this one, farm. This one is more money generation per round. Usually it's only used for bosses. I don't really use farm for contesting territory because I don't need to like fight something that's like utterly difficult. Oh wait, 50 rounds! Ah, this is easy. These cash, they use so much money? Wow. Alright, check this shit out. Fish the Kobo book of funny words. Kobo has been taught to swear. God, I love popping bloons. I told you I could just play this game for like hours on end, non-stop. Too good. 2 monkey pirates. Gao team. These 2 towers is all I need. Bloon is so fun to just play. I know! The pure satisfaction of just like popping bloons. I love that. I can be lazy too. Just watch them do the things and I don't need to. Hi Coffee Mensa. Yep, poopy head. You're the poopy head. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. You know why they give sniper here? On this stage it's so useless, but it's a bait. If you upgrade your Buccaneer to this one, you can put sniper on top. You see this platform here? You can actually put it on top and then it will like ignore all the terrain. So yeah, that's why. But it's gonna cost so much, that's why I say it's a bait. You actually just need 2 monkey pirates and you win. You don't need much. Just 2 monkey pirates and you're good to go. Bloon TD looks extremely addicting. Yes. Very yes. I mean, look at what I'm doing. Oh no. I don't want to stop. Me Kobo not poopy head, me Kobo smart, me Kobo 3D and do redesign. Oh nice. I mean, I also do 3D as well. Heck yeah. 3D is fun. Also kind of painful sometimes. Actually, scratch that. It's painful most of the time. You can stop whenever you want. But I don't wanna though. It's so fun. Hey, about that 3D lifestyle, 2D forever. Hey, that's respectable. I genuinely love doing 3D stuff. 2D stuff to me is a lot harder, somehow. But yeah, 2D is very neat. the floor shop. Boom, boom. Bum, bum. I can make 3D Toon. 3D Toon will be cute. Very cute. I mean, Toon is cute already. So that's granted. Me over here being 2D because cartoon rather than talking about art. Yeah. Hand animated cartoons like oof. The best. So good. Toonbot is great. Toonbot is a nerd. I may be a nerd. I actually don't know what defines nerd, to be honest. But I might be a nerd. I think what nerd could be said in Chinese is 读书仔. Essentially someone who just read books all day. A literal translation anyway. I drink too much orange juice? Oh no. Orange juice sounds good though. Nerds are little colorful sugar rocks. Oh. Yeah, I love how this territory contesting, it's just me bullying green team the entirety of the contest. Like purple is obviously winning, but I don't care. All I care is, you know, green is bullying. Well, green started the war, and you know I had to answer back. I'm not gonna take that down. I'm not gonna take that, like, you know. Of course I'm gonna fight back. I'm a Kobo. So that's why I'm being a bully. At least only a bully in Bloon Tower Defense 6. I win. Look at that, 18k to spare? Oh my goodness. Done. Words are tasty? They are kinda tasty. As a Kobo, I may take a lot of things, but that I won't take. Which one? I love the crown. I love wearing crowns. It makes me feel shiny. It would be kind of funny if, like, by what miraculous coincidence that a member of Green Team is watching my stream. Can you bring back the emote fight thing? I wanna fight. Oh, you mean intro fighters? I mean, I guess it's not too much happening on the screen. Let me try. As a green team member, I want to continue being bullied by Kobo friend. I am not a green team member. Huh? I don't know that though. We press start and then enable transparency. Get a game capture. So, this one? Oh, is it happening? Oh, it's happening! Nice! There we go. Now you guys can fight. Over me, I guess. There. I want to join the fight as well. Go, my tail! And then I'm gonna fish. Violence. Kobo woke up today and chose violence. Ooh, I got it! I got the earth! It's mine now. I can crunch. Got him. Got him. That's why two monkey parries is enough. 18k to spare. Yeah, you don't try to get our territory, buddy. Fortify? 2 damage to fortify blue. Oh my god, it's actually so good. But I'm just trying to get rid of this map again. Least tier. Ooh, wait, this one is hard. Oh, oh, I love that Nexus looker. Oh my god. So cute. So heckin' adorable. Our emotes have become Blastoise. But oh, that's actually it's global emote? Wow. Why is that global? I'm not seeing it though. I'm a little bit lazy. How many boss? 1 tier hard. 1 tier hard. What does Vortex do again? Oh, Vortex gets knocked back and then she shielded for a bit, right? Oh, it's the camo problem again, god damn it. Like, there's no... Only you can take care of camo. Yeah, it's a bad map. Is that actually on the level music or is it the same every time? Oh yeah, you have jukebox here. But main menu theme is always the same. I can add every music here. And you can buy a lot of music as well. Actually, can I buy any music? Ooh. Gatling Lad can handle camo and an entire map. True. Oh! Oh my god, 70 trophy? Fuck it. Oh, I like the Fiesta. Oh, hell yeah. I like this one. And I like this one. Ooh, okay. Alright, that's all my trophies. It's okay, I can always earn them back. This one, this one, this one. Alright, we good. Now we can go to here. Kobo want to get the dragon picture, also spend everything on music. No, it's a different trophy. This is a team trophy. From the store, you can get the team flare. See, I still have 200 here. It's a different trophy. And any dragon I can get from the trophy, so far, I've gotten them. So, heroes, I got... Where's the dragon for Adora? Here. Adora dragon pet. Only John the Arc. I also got the John the Arc skin already, so... And... Any more? I don't... Oh yeah, also I have some, like, small pets. The Roo, the Kangaroo, Leopard Chameleon. I didn't buy most of them though. Some balloons that I have. No, I have the Pew Pew, the Flower Water Balloon, balloon skins, your red nose party hat. You don't have Eden cat? I don't care about cat. They're not dragon. Oh, Eden Roomba. Eden Roomba. Because it's on the Roomba, it goes... Okay, that's kinda cute. My mobs are all seafood? Nice. Alright, let's deal with this shit. The Gatling Monkey. Can you believe I actually use Gatling Monkey? Fine. I might not even need to use Gatling Monkey. $39 rounds. No, I don't need to use Gatling Monkey. There's Boomerang. Just go Bionic Boomerang, get 10 of them, and job's done. Alright, that's my initial strat then. I can only put 14 monkeys? God damn it. No! We're gonna make a lot of crossbows. Fish brick? Can I use your brick as a brick for fish? That would make things a lot easier. Only with your permission, of course. Oh! Ah! Pain! Fine. No one's gonna play this map anyway. Is this custom round? Oh my god, it is. I was like, why is there yellow on round 5? Alright. Wait, we have Alchemist Touch. We just make all crossbow and we win. Because we have Alchemist Touch. Yeah. Crossbow beloved. Crossbow is so good early game. Crossbow master is so good mid game. I love them. We're gonna eat Nexus. Nexus is so strong. Thank God I might not need to use. Yeah, I might not need to use Darkling Gunner because I wanted to go this one. This one for the sake of doing extra damage. Oh, it's only for this one? Then, yeah, fuck no. We might need to spread them out like a lot because we're dealing with Vortex. Send you the brick. Oh, thank you, Nexus. I'll add it afterwards. This map bad, but also this map is kind of long. Because you consider this 1 loop, 2 loop, 3 loop. Actually a long map, it's just the placement is not that good. Violence. What I think is, Sharpshooter shoots the same speed as Bionic Arm. Or close, you know, close. Maybe slower, but close. But the raw damage that it deals... Can we pick up all emotes to fight? Yeah! You type exclamation mark emote and then the emote you want, and then it will appear like that. Tikaka is so big with the ankle. We do one here because of the spin. We should be able to put like 3 sharpshooter. Nerd. Oh my god, Woe is an archer? Oh my god. The nerd emote. Elder bow power. So strong. The fork is strong? The fork is very strong. Spamcast Vicious Mockery. I wanna join the fight with my tail. Go, my tail. Slap him with the tail. Yeah. Why is this emote fight thing called? Oh, they're called intro fighters. There. Why is it tongue? Hmm? Me and Wolf spit roasted point. Oh no! My tail got destroyed. We add one... Actually, I need a support. Trust. Oh, that's really bad. That's not nearly enough. Yeah, that's not nearly enough. Maybe Bionic Boomerang is still the way to go, I feel like. And they're stunned. So scary, Vortex. You know, honestly, if I have enough time to build, Spike Storm will shred this boss. I should have just built that one, yeah. Crap. I could try again. I could beat this thing now. Right, but I'm doing it. Yeah, put one here. And then bigger stacks. It might be too late. Yeah, I could just bring in the spike storm and just win the whole thing. Maybe like two sharpshooter at first, and then start to build towards spike storm. Vortex is so fast too, I hate it. I think Vortex is like the fastest boss out there, I believe. How much do you sell? 2,000, 2,000, 6,000. I don't dare. If I just sacrifice everything, I don't have enough things to deal with the other bloons. Oh, they didn't do as much as I thought. It does shred it for a little bit. They focused here. It's a bit of an RNG with Spike Storm. Any damage I can get right now, I'll get it. Brick throwing hands. Not the cleanest win, but we take those. Rounding up? Whoa, that's so good! OP character, Brick? Brick is so OP. No! Brick is broken. Alright, one last team ticket. Least here. I mean, obviously. Mourning the Brick. Oh, it's getting dark. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. Opens up Tiara to review under the Tiara. There's two of me, you never know. Tiara is a cutie, but yeah. I love the kangaroo, by the way. Yeah, look at the kangaroo, so cute. Love the kangaroo. Hi, Fluffy Dragon. Hello, hello. We lost three heart. It's fine. Keys. I should feel like that's enough. Die fish fight. I want a fish too. Ooh, they only got 22 tiers. Ooh. It might be a little bit difficult with this lineup, I guess. Chili! I got a chili! Oh my god, it's so bouncy. Oh, I shouldn't have used the ice. I forgot I have magician. Yeah, I wasted it. It's alright. We might have enough money to... Oh shit. Give it to them, it's fine. I'll put it here. That's not what I said. There's two of you. Start from here. Oh, you don't have enough balloon. Oh. This is all kinds of bad. I made the wrong choice too. Yeah. That's a lose. That's a lost. It's okay. I know what to do now. Can have too many toon boats? Yeah, true. Never enough toon boat. I want that emote of my own. It's so good. Gibby. I forgot this voice activation. Yeah, I think it's still there, the voice activation. Gibby? Yeah. It's still there. I added it like years ago, I believe. Yeah, Gibby. I need to add more. You know what? I'm gonna go to Discord and ask if people can submit their rare noises. Of course, it's like purely volunteer. Like if you want to submit it, you can. Eat earth. I will collect rare noises now. There's yip noises, and then there's also rare noises. No. Here. Believe it or not, 2 monkeys might actually be enough to beat level or to beat round 79. Very risky though. Suicide poppin bloons are more like necromancy. I wouldn't call them suicide. I don't have a WinRAR license. Do any of us have it? I mean, WinRAR is like the thing that you can use it for free, right? I guess we can go for something spicy. You know, why not? We're gonna go get Spectre if we can. Mosquito. Xiaomen. 23k, 29, 26. I might have to save for Spectre first. I mean, this amount of tier, the person who set this record is pretty good. I have to really think about this. Fish Netflix? Let me actually look into getting myself some food. Yeah, I'm feeling mega hungry as well. So after this one, I'm probably gonna like stop for now and go get some food as well. Let me reply message on Telegram real quick. Basically, after buying this, we win. Because Spectre is just way too strong. That's why it costs like this amount of money. See what it does? The only problem is that you cannot aim for camo, but we have Shimmering here. Shimmers the whole area here, so I'm not afraid. We can basically auto start until we win. Easy. Check this out. Stick OP. Oh my god, that's a huge stick. I'm just gonna let it run. Maybe 14 might be too much. I still have like 13 left. Crazy. I mean, if I want to be sure, I could buy this one. But that's one more tier. Nah, it looks solid enough. It looks solid enough. Yeah, it's already solid. I don't need to buy anymore. Considering Spectre and also home map coverage, I think, yeah, I think this is solid. I think we win this one without having to buy another tier. Look at that. No chance. The only station, the only round I have to be careful of is round 78. Round 78 is basically the run killer. It compresses like the shit ton of ceramic balloon in like one single place. It's like mega thick. Mega thick. Get a second airship just for the overkill. Oh no. If I get a second airship, it's gonna do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, another 6 tier on this one, and which I don't wanna. I'm gonna make it as tough as them. I gotta make it mega tough for them to like get back this tile. So that's why I'm playing it like this, like mega optimal. Just the least amount of monkey possible. I love to go for overkill as well, fun as hell. I usually do that when I play normal mode, not event. Like the contesting territory is where I play really sweaty. Very sweaty play. So long as the shimmer, it should be fine. $78. Oh, wait, maybe. Shimmer? Okay, we good. Stream that's with a break. Yeah, solid. Get destroyed green. They 36, I do 21. Easy. Actually just bullying green. Look at that. They only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles. Oh man, me doing that is actually making like our score is very close actually. Oh my god. Monkey money and team trophy reward from the game victories are increased by 30%, maximum +1. Oh. Oh, that's why I got the +1. I think the camo is fine, question mark? Yeah, I think we're good. If I keep doing this every day, which when I have time to do this, we might be able to beat purple team. Look at me, I'm such a sweat lord, Jesus. Oh my god. I'm too sweaty playing this game, oh my god. 10k. Not even first place is 10k. This one is only 9k. Oh my god, I'm such a jeez, I'm such a sweat lord. God. I play this game too much for my own good. Baby trick. Baby. Baby. So cute. Oh, I forgot to play different music when I bought the music and I'm still playing the same music over and over again. Well, well. Then I get sweat out of the game too. Tune, hun. Oh, get that knife? Please get in, Amma. No. Don't eat tune. Can I do this? I mean, it's time attack. Only on medium. I wanna do this. Okay, let me play this one. Let me play this one because this one has boomerang, and this. Oh no! Oh no! What? Just so I can't, damn it. I know. I cannot help it. If this one is time attack, I might be able to finish it in a few minutes. Oh wait, I also need to change the music. There we go. Feeling jazzy? You like smooth jazz? I'm so sorry. You know what? I'm not sorry. You like smooth jazz? Get a free sniper here. Oh boy. We might need to. What? Jester? Oh no. Hi Jester. Hi friends. A lizard. Jester is a cute lizard. I like. Hi, hello. Hi. Welcome. Welcome in Raiders. Oh my goodness, Jester. What were you playing? Oh, a biotic factor. How was it? I hope it was heckin' fun. Also, welcome in Raiders. I'm Tier. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games, and I do art on some Mondays. Not tomorrow though. Tomorrow I have something else planned, but yeah, I'll leave it afterwards. Now make a small announcement. I will not be streaming tomorrow, essentially. But yeah, welcome in. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. Accidental 18-hour stream. Play Abiotic Factor almost all day. Oh my goodness, accidental 18-hour stream. That's so long. No art, I know. But I planned for this. I'll do art on next Thursday. It's a promise. I will do art on Thursday. Although only next Thursday. As to, you know, to alleviate not doing art on this Monday. So yeah. Also, if you need to do any post-stream care, Jester, very important, go do them. Very important. Thanks again for the raid. I sure usually 10 to 12 hours every day, haven't missed a day in 2 years. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's a very strong dedication. A huge respect to you, honestly. How goes your stream, friend? Stream was really good. I played a little bit of Lethal Company with friends just now, and then started playing Bloons because I can. Bloons great. Happy late hash day. Thank you, Jester. Thank you. Yeah, stream was really fun, and I'm just bullying Bloons now because why not? I love this game. We might need sniper. Actually, I might be a little bit too late on these. We're still gonna lose a few lives here and there. Woohoo! Oh my god, it's so spicy. Why am I playing like this? It hurts so bad when they miss. Man, I have to say though, good music. It's been a long time since I last listened to like a bloon music. I like them. I've been like watching YouTube when I play bloon most of the time. I think I do. Might be a little bit spicy here. Come on. Okay. One more and then we can spam. Until 49. More attack speed, primary mentoring and stuff. There. Oh, nice. Come on. Oh my god, that was kinda scary. Man, I could have lost there, that was spicy. If there's boomerang monkey on time attack, always use them. They are too strong. Whee. Oh wait, did I do this before? Why is it free then? I don't get it. I mean, hey, I beat my own time, I guess? I don't know. Oh my god, I'm 3000? I have personal bias towards Druid in this. Oh yeah, Druid is also really good for time attack. Yeah. I think 240 is like the best route for speedrunning. Might not be the best for popping mo-ups, but the Phantom. But yeah, it's pretty good. How the fuck 1 minute? Holy shit, I played way longer than them. Max level, okay, yeah. This guy, at least this guy looks legit. This one? The gamer? I guess. Mini race. What's a mini race? I'm 35? Hey. There's something either like OP. What's more OP than Boomerang? That has coverage of lead and camel with Monkey Village. They must. I don't know. If there's cheats in this game, I wouldn't tag shooter for that map. Are you serious? You can't hit shit. Oh yeah, Druid probably. Because Druid you can get it for like per 1,000. Dre is also really good for speedrun. If you go 200 first, it's also pretty easy. I don't know, but you know what? That 7 minutes is already really good. I'm so hungry. I'm gonna go get food. Mlem. Mlem. Hi, Kuba. The pink lizard. Oh my god, pink lizard. Welcome, welcome. There are cheats for Bloon Tower Defense 6. I'm not even remotely surprised. I'm not even surprised that there's cheats here. I hate whenever cheat is shown in competitive contested. Oh, in a contested territory? That sucks. I think I've only ever done one race. I've already played since they come out. Yeah, that's fair. I'm just too addicted to this game, to be honest. I've been no-lifing this game for quite a bit. I admit. I love this game too much. Whenever I get free time, I'll most likely play this game. Most likely. It's just good. It's so good. Re-listen. Now your thoughts on the video. Oh yeah. In Discord, right? You sent me? I know this video! This one came out 2 years ago, I think. Boo Rat is so good. Well, we can watch some videos together. This is like so good, actually.
It's time for Halloween.
Oh my god, it's so loud. It's time for Halloween! Look at Malzino. God damn. I want Malzino to suck me. You know what? I'm not even gonna hide anymore. I want Malzino to do the grab attack on me and just like go ham.
It's time for Halloween.
It's time for Halloween.
Don't come to my house or else I'll suck your dick. Blood. I'll suck your blood.
I'll suck your dick.
It's time for Halloween.
It's time for Halloween.
Don't come to my house or else I'll suck your dick. Blood. I'll suck your blood.
The expression is so good.
It's time for Halloween. Don't come to my house or else I'll suck your dick. Blood. I'll suck your blood.
Oh, else I'll suck your dick. Blood. Okay, speaking of this video, I also found one video that I want to watch. I was simping hard on this one. I don't know what this is, but man, they sound so good.
Allow your treacherous lungs to draw breath.
That stone in your chest makes you paranoid.
Who dare mock my power? Fargal! Send word across the kingdoms. Anyone who delivers Vox Machina will get Rise Shards, a share of our empire. And if you value pathetic life, you'd best find them first. I'll give you 2 days.
God damn! Talk to me like this, please! Oh my god, step on me like that. I mean...
I allow your treacherous lungs to draw breath.
That's crazy, man. That sounds so good.
Who dare mock my power? Fargal!
Holy shit, man.
Anyone who delivers Vox Machina will get Rise Shards, a share of our empire. And if you value pathetic life, you'd best find them first. I'll give you 2 days.
Crazy. Absolute crazy. Honest. It's so good. It's not only... Okay, it's not only just that because he's a dragon. Honestly, that adds a lot of points to it, alright? I'm gonna speak very honestly here. Even if that voice happens not on a dragon, maybe I'll not simp as much, but I'll still simp. This one, that voice, man, it's so good. It's crazy. But yeah, this is the video that I found.
Time for Halloween. Don't come to my house or else I'll suck your dick. Blood. I'll suck your blood.
I'll suck your dick. Oh my god. Yeah, I need to find more videos like these. Legend of Vox Machina? Holy shit. It's Legend of Vox Machina. Oh, I never heard of it. Well, now I know, and I know what to watch, I guess. I hear dick-sucking dragons. Yeah. Why the little goobers are watching fight on the screen? Oh yeah, those are intro fighters. If you type anything, it will appear. You can also exclamation mark emote to select your emote of your choice. Season 3 very recently came out. Oh, it's sort of a new show, I would say, right? Ooh, Jake got stabbed by the tail. Uh-oh, streamer and the mod. Come on, Narix. Don't bully the bold. What? I got punched to death by Wolf. Avenge me, Narix. Oh my god. Narix too strong with the dragon. Yeah, my tail got bonked. Got bonked hard. Yeah, honestly, that voice line, it's so good. Doesn't have much dragon in it. Too much human. Really? It's not a show about mainly dragons? My disappointment is off the charts. You're just standing there watching those little emotes battle to the death? It's fine. They can do their own thing. They woke up and chose violence. And I woke up, I chose violence as well. Violence. Oh, Merp is streaming. There's way more human than dragons, yes. Sadly, the voice guy for the dragon is no longer. No. Oh god damn it! I just know about them now. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. It's a fantasy? I don't fucking know. It's based on the Dungeon & Dragon campaign, so classic high fantasy kind of thing. Classic high fantasy? I don't understand. Emote Glade? A donut? Ooh. Oh my goodness, donut. Oh yeah, tomorrow I kinda want to spend time with... It's not... Okay, I'm just gonna make it clear, it's not a significant other, it's not a potential partner, but it's just a friend that I hold dearly, and they finally have time to like... You know, I finally have time to... Oh, they finally have time to spend, you know, and then they like find me as like, hey, you want to play some games together? It's like, hell yeah. So that's why tomorrow I'm not streaming. I know it's kind of a selfish reason, but it's kind of rare for me to do this as well. You're going on a date. It's not a potential partner though. Gonna tell all the cowboys a hot gossip. Wow. Gonna get kissed tomorrow. Yeah, no lah. It's just a close friend of mine. Tara gonna get smooshed. If only. It's an online friend though. Selfish, spending time with friends, nah. I don't know. I just feel like whenever there's like a personal reason that makes me not stream, I just feel slightly bad. I'll allow that. Let's be honest, I will suck your dick is something we would say to mouse, you know, not the other way around. And the other way around too, I would. You spend as much time with your friends as you want. Okay lah. What's wrong with doing something in real life? It's not really in real life. I'm gonna spend you know, it's an online we're gonna play game together kind of thing, and I think that's pretty neat, honestly. Yeah. But yeah, because of this, I will do art on Thursday. Hang out with friends, you're gonna hang out with that. Oh yeah. I almost forgot. Thanks for the reminder. Here, let's do it now. I got too close with a dear online friend that I play games with that ended up becoming a boyfriend. It's possible, but I'm just not really looking for a significant other, if at all. It's kind of weird. I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm just not really like looking for a potential partner. Maybe I'm biased, but pretty much any day I don't stream is because I've just been hanging out with my friends. That sounds good. That sounds nice. Right. The time. Okay. You should never feel bad for wanting to skip stream to hang out with friends. I'll keep that in mind, thank you. Heck yeah, if you're Aro, that's cool too. It's really neat, saves a lot of stress from life. Aro. And why is that head there? At the crown. Like pet. Like pet. What was I doing putting that? Putting that there? A romantic? Oh, is it like a... what do you call them again? A 性取向, a sexual orientation? Food has been eaten? Nice. Hope you had a good food. I returned just in time? Double nice. Not to be confused with aromatic, which does not save stress from life. Yeah. I have this essential oil, and I have the diffuser in front of me. It's kind of nice though. It's when you don't have romantic interest at all. Oh, maybe. I mean, I kind of feel that way, yeah. Maybe I am a romantic or romantic, I don't know. Yeah, I could be that one. Here I can be a why? I mean, fair. I love Marcina way too much. Oh no. I cannot refute that. It's true. I get a fish. I'm Arrow and I love dragons. No, ooh, don't call me out on that. Oh, the Fatalis roll, I forgot. Right. Crap. Stick. Dang. I used to think I would never have a partner to lie, but then homosexuality came and dragged me to the darkest pits of hell. No, I mean, it's not really the darkest pits of hell. It's just homosexuality. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, if it makes you happy, then all the more power to you. It's a different kind of love. Yeah. It's why I always want to explain, like, it's like a different kind of love. It's not really a romantically interest towards each other. It's just I love dragons. I mean, it's kind of hard to. I do not explain it. You know, I don't know, but I'm just not really looking into a partner. Cookies. Dragon butt? Yeah, I can never say no to a dragon butt. Here is other non-nice concept. I'm Arrow and Ace, and I still have the dirtiest sense of humor. The concept of dragons is like on a higher tier of existence. Gonna be weird about dragons, still not interested in ever getting a real life relationship. I think that sums up pretty well, yeah, how I feel. Now I could... Ooh, what a slash on that one too. I could care less about real life relationship. But as a kobold, I always want dragons. And maybe other kobolds. Scratch that. And maybe other kobolds. And other kobolds, not maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Right, let me summon Bernie real quick. Real people scary? Yeah. I can never take care of myself. How am I supposed to take care of my potential partner? Right? Kobolds. Tira gets into a right relationship with a dragon scaly. It's possible? It's actually possible if... I don't know how much would I consider it though, to be honest. It's hard to say, really. It's hard to say. Just so that she can be an actual dragon. Kobo to a dragon. And the fun part about sexuality orientation is that it can evolve through life. How about lizards? And lizards are pretty good too, yeah. I'm a lizard. I mean, you did state that you're a lizard from your name. Lizard are good. Just because the situation changes doesn't mean the previous one wasn't valid. True. Yep. Oh, welcome back, Lex. Welcome back. Right, let's summon Bernie real quick. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. I also have a Discord channel. I spam dragon pictures when I can. And I announce Discord stuff. Like afterwards, I'm gonna announce it. Like you too were a year younger not too long ago. That's one way to say it. Thanks, Birdie. Am I in the pond, by the way? Not yet. I'll like do like a sit down and put in as much fish as possible on stream, I guess. The fighters are the most entertaining thing on stream to my ADHD brain. Oh, I get that. I can just watch them fight all the time. Speaking of, I think if I'm not already in a relationship, I will offer to be in a platonic king relationship with you. Platonic kink relationship? Is it like a relationship solely based off of kink stuff? I mean, that... Platonic means no romantic kink buddies. I'm okay with that. I think me and my current master... sorry, I have two masters now. Me and my two masters are platonic king buddies then, yeah. Time changes people, I guess. Oh no, it's more like I got like lucky, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm too straightforward with my blue sky posts, I think. Of course, you know, two of my masters already talked it out and they don't know. I wouldn't want to leave them like, you know, in the fog, not knowing anything. Of course, I need to like explain the situation to my, you know, first master, you know. It's very important to like talk things out, and also very important to let everything, you know, it's best to not have secrets in terms of stuff like this, okay? Communication is key, so I think I did that just right. And they're okay with that. Me and my boyfriend are just staying platonic till we can meet in real life. That's fair, that's fair. Two? Well, one for each hand. Two on other hands. Later both like yank you different directions. We do have a condition, or like, you know, I don't know, I don't know how to say in English. What's the word again? I mean, we talked it out with a, can I say rule? It's not really rule lah, it's not rule, but it's more like, since, you know, my first master wants to want agreement, thank you, yeah, that's the word. You know, he wants to be like, you know, the Kobo's like main master, right? So because he's quite busy, and my am I really talking this on stream? my second master, so my main master allows my second master to do, well, not really do lah, just, you know, being able to talk about kinky stuff together, I guess. So the October challenge is really happening for you? Yeah. Yeah, it is. And cramps have evolved into and before I'm one with your master and I didn't know. I mean, didn't we say that we are sort of like a master to each other? Question mark? I think I vaguely remember that one. Yeah. Yeah. Don't forget to actually eat. Yeah, true. It's like, oh, it's 7:30. I need to go eat. Morbid curiosity. What challenge? I mean, Locktober is a thing. And here I thought my relationships were crazy. Like I mentioned, I guess time really does change people. I don't know. Lock what? I don't know. Something, I guess. No one told me. Kind of relationship dynamics. So long as they're like okay with that, right? Like I mentioned, communication is key. I don't want to leave them in the dark about anything in terms of like relationships like this. So many people have their own funny month thing, so I like to learn. Hey, that's fair. It's the first time me doing it too, so Oh, am I now? Am I? You should know. You should know. October followed by no, not November. Embrace the marathon. No, that's too much. You think? You should go and stream and get dinner before it exposes people. Yeah, look at those horns. Of course I'm horny. Hell yeah. See, Lex gets it. Alright, I'm just gonna... We're gonna ask Mert for updates. Did I say anything just now for the past 20 minutes? Probably not. You guys heard anything? More like illusions. Weepy Eevee. Oh, Weepy Eevee, look at that. Oh my god, so Eevee. Time to delete VOD. I won't delete VOD, to be honest. I want to keep this VOD because... Wait, do I want to delete VOD? Nah, I don't think it's necessary. This is nothing too... I mean, it's nothing too weird, right? I'm gonna eat one. It's 3 more than some people have. My relationship dynamic is overly emotional and 0 emotions. Can you guess which one I am? I don't know. I don't know how to guess stuff like that. Not to mention that literally all over the globe. Shit, one of my masters actually really close to me. Well, not close. Check them poa. Check them poa. Yalla. Alright, I already get the... Kikelo. Right, here's the raid message. Let me type in the raid to Mert real quick. I'll announce on Discord afterwards that I will not be streaming on Monday, and I'll come back on Thursday then, where we're gonna do some art together. We're gonna rate you, Mert. Good night, Becky. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Okay. So, remember to eat. I will. Thank you. Good night, Tira. Good night. Thank you, everyone. So, before the raid, I want to say You should do a bonus time after stream. Just for you, I'll do it. Before I read, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. I know this birthday stream might not be like a special one, but I enjoyed it a lot nonetheless. It was really good. And also now that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter, very valuable. Come on, let's go. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here. Love ya. Here comes the raid to Mer. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for hanging out with me. I didn't read the title. Happy hash day. Thank you, Toon. It's alright. Don't worry. No problem. Better late than never. Thank you. I had a really fun day. The smile on my face never really stopped. It's not much, but I enjoyed it still. I didn't really plan for anything. I know I haven't been planning a lot of like stream stuff. I know my stream has been sort of the same question mark a little bit. But I'm just glad you guys are still enjoying what I do here. So I'll try to improve the stream whenever I can. I appreciate all of you being here, I really do. I'm gonna wait for the timer to go down. Yeah. You're having a good time is what's important. True. I am having a really good time every time I stream. I love being here. It's great. It's a good place to be. Anyway, take care everyone. I'll see you guys on Thursday when I'm gonna do some art together. So yeah, take care. God bless y'all. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care.